But now across the country in a new state stood another branch in the Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria family. And this new establishment is called the Swamp Shack Pizzeria. This was a swamp-themed children's entertainment restaurant. Like most Freddy Fazbear establishments, they had a number of fun attractions and areas that would fit the theme. But we'll get into those as we progress through the videos. But apart from the party area, the seating and dining area, there was the Bayou Boogie main stage. This is where the animatronics would perform all their jolly birthday songs for all the guests. Speaking of animatronics, let's meet our first swamp character. So the first character we're introducing is Greg the Gator. Greg was of course modelled after the swamp-dwelling animal, the alligator. Just like the logo, the engineers went with a bright green and yellow colour scheme. Greg was quite a unique looking character. Their chest and torso was different to the other animatronics. And due to their snout, they had one of the largest heads of all the characters. So Greg's role up on stage was that of the main singer. Considering that he was the main character of the restaurant, it only seemed right to put him on main mic. So Greg would sing their jolly songs up on stage with the rest of the band. Greg was by far the most popular character at the pizzeria. All of their merchandise sold quite well, and as far as management was concerned, Greg was considered to be quite the successful animatronic. But like all characters at Freddy Fazbear's, they would all change for the worst soon enough. So each and every character at the Swamp Shack Pizzeria had their own unique characteristics and traits. Greg the Gator was considered to be happy, friendly, optimistic, and humorous. But above all, Greg's main character trait was his obsession with his big shiny white teeth. He loved them. Any chance he could, he would stare at them in the mirror. The employees would be sure to brush and polish Greg's teeth whenever they could. If they didn't, Greg's mood would start to change. Sometimes for the worst. So on the unfortunate day of their accident, it was a normal day as any. Greg was singing up on stage, and all the kids were having a great time. But little did Greg know that he was moments away from disaster. So the Swamp Shack Pizzeria was quite the old building. As it aged throughout the years, so did its internal structure. As time went on, the ceiling above the stage grew weaker and weaker. And today was the day that it finally gave way. So while Greg was doing a solo performance up on stage, the ceiling gave way and collapsed on top of him. Luckily, none of the children were injured, and all the staff members made it out. But a few days went by when the emergency workers could retrieve Greg's body from the rubble. Sadly, when they retrieved his body, it was badly damaged in the accident. But one of the saddest things of all was Greg's big shiny white teeth were cracked and damaged. Greg was nothing without his signature sharp shiny teeth. This made Greg very sad and extremely angry. In the meantime, the pizzeria had to close for a month while they rebuilt the ceiling. This meant no happy smiling kids and no singing on stage. The only people who came and went was a handful of contractors and builders by day and the night guard at night. Some of the employees came in to activate the characters into their free roam setting, but apart from that, it was quite lonely for poor Greg. The company planned on repairing Greg when it got closer to reopening. Fazbear Entertainment had sent some spare parts that were due any day now. They finally arrived and were stored in the repair room. Greg had grown so bored being stuck in this dusty old repair room. Curiosity got the best of them and they decided to see what was in these boxes. And to their surprise, they saw something they found very interesting. But before we continue, first a word from our sponsor.
Welcome to Swamp Shack Pizzeria! In the mood for some piping hot pizza and hours of fun? Then come on down to Swamp Shack Pizzeria!
To their shock and surprise, it was a whole box of new white and shiny teeth. The company had sent some spare teeth as well, just in case. But Greg needed to have them all. So they grabbed the teeth and a bit of glue and they got to work. And before they knew it, they had a whole new set of sharp, shiny teeth. Greg has obviously glued way too many teeth in, but this was the way he liked it. All of these new sharp teeth made him feel powerful. With this newfound confidence, something came over them. Something quite sinister. They desperately wanted to test out their new teeth. They had a sudden urge to sink them into something soft and chewy. The only thing that came to mind was the night guard. Their human body was definitely soft and chewy. Greg only wanted just a bite, but with this darker and more sinister side to him, who knows if he'd stop at just one bite. So now let's get to the gameplay segment of the video. So as always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. The player now finds themselves in a different looking office to the past videos. This time the office is located down in the basement. There's two stairways that lead down into the basement security office. Inside the office we have the left-hand doorway, the large viewing window, and the right side air vent. The animatronic characters can access both the left-hand door, and some can access the right-hand air vent. Seems simple enough, but this does come with some conditions. Due to the intense tropical heat in the Swamp Shack Pizzeria's region, it can tend to get quite hot. If the player closes the air vent for an extended period of time, they will start to experience heat stroke. Also, due to this intense heat, the electronics can also overheat and shut down. This is where the control panel comes into play. A player will need to reboot either the doors, air vent, or security cameras. Multiple times a night, they will all shut down. The player will be notified on their control panel and reboot them if needed. So, as for Greg, his starting position would always be on the stage. He can approach from the right side or walk over to the door from the left. When he walks over from the left, that would be more ideal. This gives the player some time to see Greg before they can act. Besides approaching the door, Greg can also spy on the player from the vent. He would place his eye into the vent and keep watch of the player. The player needs to quickly shut the vent in order to block its view. If the player leaves the eye staring at them, Greg will know the perfect time to strike. And they would burst into the room without the player being able to stop it. As far as gameplay tactics go, Greg being the first character would be pretty simplistic. But the added danger of the electronics going out and the 2 points of entry would keep the player on their toes. And if they weren't careful, then they'd be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. And the next character we're introducing is Sadie the Snake. Sadie was designed after the numerous different types of snakes that would be found in swamplands. She was given a bright yellow colour scheme to make her appear more friendly looking to the children. Sadie was quite the unique looking character. She was designed with a long flexible neck that would bend in multiple different directions. So Sadie's role up on stage was that of the fiddle player. She would perform next to Greg whilst they sang up on stage. Sadie was considered to be quite the popular animatronic at the pizzeria. The children love her jolly looking appearance and funny long neck. As far as animatronics go, Sadie was quite well behaved. But eventually that would all change soon enough. So on the unfortunate day of her incident, it was a regular day as any. All the kids were having a great time, and the employees were doing their job as always. All except one troublesome employee. This employee in particular hated working at the Swamp Shack Pizzeria. They couldn't stand all those snot-nosed brats running around and making all the noise. But mostly above all, they couldn't stand all those damn creepy looking animatronics. They hated them. Even when they were little, they couldn't stand them. They've always creeped them out and even gave them nightmares as a child. But even with their great dislike for these robotic characters, that doesn't mean that they couldn't use them to their advantage while they worked in this dead-end joint. So to save money on extra repair and maintenance workers, each and every employee was assigned their own animatronic character to look after and maintain. This only entailed basic cleaning duties. If any of the characters were to suffer severe damage, then the repair worker would be called in. So at the end of the day, each of the workers would tend to their specific character before they clock out. And it just so happens that our troublesome employee had to look after Sadie. But like we mentioned, this would work well in their favour. So this employee has been scheming a plan for some time now. At the end of each day, they've been stealing a small amount of money from the till. Then when it was time to clean Sadie, they would stash this money inside her long hollow neck. After a while, they would accumulate a decent amount of cash. This plan seemed to be foolproof. The only person who would ever check on Sadie was themselves. As long as there wasn't any major malfunctions or breakdowns, then there wouldn't be any need for the repair worker to come down and take a look at her. So as the months rolled by into a couple of years, tonight was the night the troublesome employee was going to make off with the money. So when the pizzeria closed its doors and the staff tended to their animatronics, the employee decided to stick around a little while longer. Eventually all the other staff members left and they would make their move. Since they were the last one left, they were going to lock up the pizzeria after they were finished. So as they slowly opened up Sadie's neck compartment, they were met with quite a shocking discovery. Their hearts sank as they stared at all the dollar bills. All of them were ripped to shreds and stained with oil. Their work for the last 2 years was all for nothing. Every single bill they took was wasted. Every single day they worked in this horrible place was for nothing. This was finally going to be their big break. And in an instant, it was all over in the blink of an eye. They hated this place. They hated everyone they worked with. Above all, they hated this stupid snake. In a fit of rage, they grabbed a large wrench and smashed it against Sadie's head. They bashed the poor robotic snake until it was barely recognisable. They tore off her arms, smashed apart her legs, and ripped her neck apart with their bare hands. By the time they were done, they caused the poor innocent Sadie a great deal of damage. By the morning when the workers found Sadie and the torn dollar bills, they put 2 and 2 together. They figured out that the employee's plan was to stash the money and steal it. They also gathered that in a fit of rage, they must have done this to poor Sadie as well. There was no sign of this awful employee anywhere. Considering that their plan has been foiled, the other workers just gathered that they must have skipped town to avoid the cops. But no one really knows what happened to that awful scumbag employee. As time went by, Sadie spent most of her days in the repair room. She began to hate people so much that she didn't even want to be seen by them. She always feared that the same thing would happen to her again if she ever got too close to any of the workers. Sadie also began to miss her arms. Without the ability to grab or hold her beloved fiddle, it began to drive her mad. All she needed was a new pair of arms. But she couldn't possibly take the arms of any of her robotic friends. She instead decided that she needed the arms of somebody else. What about that night guard that's always coming in night after night? Surely they didn't need their arms. All they did was sit in that office night after night. If anyone deserved their arms, it was Sadie. So they decided that's what they'll do. When the night guard isn't looking, they'll take their fresh new arms for themselves. Before Sadie embarks on her twisted plan, let's first hear a word from our sponsor.
Fun and games for all kids, big and small. With loads of games and activities to keep the little ones busy, there's no excuse not to come down to Swamp Shack Pizzeria.
So now, let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So far the night guard has had to deal with Greg the Gator, and now they have to face Sadie. So Sadie's starting position would always be in the security office. When the clock strikes 1, that's when Sadie would make her move. Sadie would always approach the door from the right hand side. This would tend to work well for the player as it would give them time to shut the door before she enters. But as always, the player needs to keep an eye on the control panel in case any of the systems shut down. Most times Sadie would walk across the window whilst the player was looking at the security cameras. But the player does have the ability to catch them walking here and there. With Sadie's long and bendable neck, she could also access the air vents. The player needs to close the vent, but not for too long, or else they will suffer from heat stroke due to the poor air ventilation. Sadie will always be trying to slither past the night guard and try to access the office. If the player slips up and lets Sadie in, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. And with another night shift comes another character. And the character we're introducing is Oscar the Otter. Hence the name, Oscar was designed to resemble the cute swamp-dwelling animal, the otter. Otters are mainly considered to live in lakes and rivers, but they have been known to live in swamp areas as well. In fact, the local swamps in the area have their own otter population. But as for Oscar the Otter, he was given a purple colour scheme, classic rounded teeth, big bright eyes, and 2 little ears. So Oscar's role up on stage was that of the banjo player. Oscar would perform up on stage with the other members of the Bayou Boogie Band. They would play their jolly birthday songs all day long for all the children to enjoy. When it came to Otto's character traits, he was considered to be quite the goofy character. He would say a number of lame jokes and puns in between songs. Here and there, Otto would also have his very own banjo solos. Of course, the animatronic didn't have the ability to play. It was just a pre-recorded banjo that all the guests could hear over the speakers. But overall, Oscar was considered to be quite the crowd favourite. They were always their happy and goofy self, and that's just the way the pizzeria liked it. But Oscar wouldn't stay this way for long. Eventually, he would turn into something much more dark and sinister. Just like all the other animatronics, they would suffer a terrible incident that would change them forever. But in Oscar's case, it was more what he turned into that would be his undoing. So on the day of the incident, it was a regular day as any. The guests were enjoying their pizza and soda, the kids were singing along to all the happy songs, and the birthday guests were opening their presents and eating their cake. So whilst the band wasn't up on stage playing, they would walk around and greet all the children. The animatronics were able to walk around in their free roam setting as per usual. All the animatronics except Oscar. He did have the ability to move freely, but it was limited. Compared to the other characters, Oscar was a much older model. They weren't quite as old as the spring lock mechanism models, and they weren't as high tech as the current models. Due to his old and outdated servos and joints, there would be some rare occasions where Oscar wouldn't be able to move on his own. It was quite a shame when this happened, because all the guests would demand to see Oscar and meet him up close and personal. So whenever there was an occasion where Oscar wouldn't move freely, that's when they would need a little bit of help from their handler, Zach. So each of the employees here at the pizzeria have their very own animatronics look after and maintain after every shift. And Oscar the Otter was appointed to Zach. Zach was quite the well-mannered and hard-working employee. They didn't mind looking after Oscar, but the only thing they were a little uneasy about was when Oscar couldn't move. So when this happened, Zach would have to climb into Oscar's body and operate it manually. This activity wasn't as dangerous or deadly as the old spring lock suits, but there were some risks involved, that's for sure. There were only a few parts that could lock up and cause injury. But they aren't as sensitive as the older lock mechanisms. It would take a lot of vibration and movement to set them off, and when this happens, the staff knows what to do. So on this unfortunate day, the time had finally come for Oscar's internal workings to seize up. So Zach squeezed into the suit and walked out amongst all the guests. All was going well until some of the children decided to climb all over Oscar. It is stated in the pizzeria rules that guests are not allowed to climb on any of the animatronics, but who at any Freddy Fazbear's establishment ever followed the rules? As the children climbed on Oscar's arms and legs, they accidentally triggered the sharp, jagged metal mechanisms. The suit locked up as a sharp, painful sound rang out. Zach did his very best not to scream in front of the children. One of the other employees knew something was wrong straight away. Just underneath Oscar's suit, they could see blood starting to pool up and seep through the fabric. The children got off as the staff members quietly and quickly carried Oscar away. The staff had to act quickly before Zach got injured any further. The only thing was, the zipper was stuck and they couldn't get it open. So in a rushed decision, the workers decided to rip off the fabric from Oscar's arms and legs. This way they could pull out the sharp pins that were stabbing into Zach's arms and legs. They also had to damage and break open Oscar's head in order for Zach to breathe. In the end, they managed to free Zach with minimal injury. He made a speedy recovery and returned to work in a week. But in the process of freeing Zach, the workers left Oscar in quite a damaged state. He was left with bare arms and legs, and no faceplate to cover his endoskull. The workers would order in some new parts to replace the damage, but Fazbear Entertainment being the shifty company they were, those parts weren't coming anytime soon. In the meantime, till Oscar could get repaired, he was kept in the repair room. Oscar felt terrible about what happened. The last thing they wanted to do was injure their handler. Since the only time they could walk around was at night, they couldn't apologise to Zach. And that's all he wanted to do. He would feel awful until he could see Zach again. But before we continue our story, let's first hear a word from our sponsor.
Everybody knows the best pizza in town is at the Swamp Shack. Come try our extra cheesy 5-cheese pizza, available for a limited time, only at Swamp Shack Pizzeria.
Let me just, is this thing on? Hello to all our Swamp Shack Pizzeria fans. The name's Zach, and I'm one of the friendly workers at the Swamp Shack Pizzeria. So, I thought it'd be pretty fun to unbox, Oscar's new faceplate. We got it sent in from, Fazbear Entertainment yesterday, and I thought I'd record the unboxing. I thought it'd be fun for all the fans, and, yeah, we can all enjoy. So tragically, yes, Otto lost his faceplate, but no fear, he's got a new face, and we're all gonna see it for the first time right here, right now. Alright, we got the trusty box cutter here, so let's just open up this bad boy and see what we've got. This doesn't look like an otter face. Is this meant for an otter? Yeah, so, this is Oscar's new face, I guess. Doesn't really seem like an otter, but, I guess we can make it work. So, Oscar finally had a new faceplate. At least, that was a start. All that was left was his arms and legs. But something felt strange about their new mask. They felt different somehow. They couldn't describe it. But whatever it was, surely it would fade away eventually. Besides, they still have to apologise to their handler. Although Zach was there when Oscar got his new faceplate, he unfortunately was shut down. Oscar tried finding him throughout the night, but he had no luck. Maybe the night guard knew where he was. Maybe he was hiding Zach from them. Oscar decided to go find out if they knew where he was. There was also a violent side to Oscar now. A side that would make the night guard tell him where he was, no matter what. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop will be based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Oscar's starting position would always be inside the repair room. When the night starts at 12 AM, Oscar would be on the move. When Oscar approaches the security office, they would make a strange anomaly occur. Whenever he was close by, all the electronics would go haywire. The player would need to access the control panel and reboot all the systems. In some instances, Oscar would just stare at the player through the glass. In this state, he wouldn't approach the door. He would just stare. As creepy as it was, they would eventually move on. Every time they made the electronics shut down, it would take longer and longer for the power to reboot. This could definitely become a problem. If the player took their time to reboot the power, then they'd be open to getting greeted by a classic FNAF jump scare. And the character we're introducing is Fergus the Frog. Fergus was modelled after the humble swamp-dwelling creature, the frog. Instead of the classic green colour scheme, they were coloured a bright red. This was mainly due to the pizzeria already having a green coloured character with Greg. As for the design of Fergus, he had some pretty unique features. For instance, his webbed hands and fingers were quite different to all the other characters. And like all other frogs, they were given a long extendable tongue. But their most notable feature was their inbuilt air compressor. This leads us into their role at the pizzeria. So Fergus was in charge of balloon management. He was responsible for blowing up all the balloons at the pizzeria. And this is where the inbuilt air compressor would come into play. Like most frogs, Fergus had a large air sac that would inflate under his chin. He would then release all this air into the balloons as he blew them up for the children. The guests loved seeing Fergus blow up the balloons. It was quite entertaining and funny to see. After he was done, Fergus would then hand out the balloons to all the children. So Fergus was quite the favourite amongst all the guests. Even though he didn't perform up on stage, he still had his specific place at the pizzeria. So when it comes to the incident of Fergus the Frog, it's quite a strange one in particular. That being that he never truly had an incident. As far as the pizzeria was concerned, Fergus was quite the trouble-free animatronic. But there was one individual that indeed had a lot of trouble with Fergus. And this individual was the Night Guard. In recent weeks, they've reported some strange occurrences happening with Fergus the Frog. As long as they could remember, Fergus has been just an ordinary animatronic. But recently, something has changed. The Night Guard has reported Fergus looking terrifying and downright disturbing. They explained to the staff that of night time, they've seen Fergus with rows of pointy sharp teeth, bright red eyes, and razor sharp claws. But the staff just chalked it up to the Night Guard seeing things in the dark. Down in the underground security office, things can get a little strange. Especially if they're suffering from heat stroke because they've closed the vents for too long. But eventually, management decided to humour the Night Guard and take a look at the footage. And sure enough, there he was, just a normal red frog, just as he always has been. But the Night Guard wasn't convinced. They know what they saw. It was so real to them. And night after night, they were certainly in real danger. Sure, the Night Guard has dealt with some scary looking withered animatronic characters before, but nothing like this. This is something different. The Night Guard has a theory on what might be going on. Ever since Oscar received that new faceplate, things have been getting a little stranger and stranger. Ever since they installed that creepy thing, they've started to see Fergus in this way. And come to think of it, Oscar's new face looks even creepier than it did before. Were they responsible? Or was it all in the Night Guard's head? It couldn't have been. The encounters they had have been too real. But regardless of who was responsible, they needed to do their best to survive another night. As the guard gets prepared for their night shift, they prepare themselves for whatever will come next. Before we continue our story, let's first hear a quick word from our sponsor.
Swamp Shack Pizzeria isn't just for the little ones. Parents are welcome to hang out and relax while we take care of the rest. Come join us at Swamp Shack Pizzeria.
As the clock struck 12, the night guard entered the office and got ready to defend against Fergus's twisted attacks. They could feel him changing. He wasn't Fergus anymore. He was now some nightmarish creature created by an evil presence. A presence they felt ever since that creepy mask got delivered. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So the starting area of the nightmarish Fergus would be in the main party area. When the clock hits 1 AM, that's when he would make his move. So Fergus would typically approach from the left hand side. Most times the player wouldn't even know he was there when he was lurking in the darkness. His only tell would be his glowing red eyes staring through the doorway. The player needs to quickly shut the door as soon as they see those glowing eyes. But approaching the doorway wasn't Fergus's only move. With their new nightmarish look also came a dangerous new tongue. At the end of their long frog tongue was a set of jagged sharp jaws. If they were to get a hold of the player, it would truly be over. Fergus would slink their tongue through the air vent and attempt to grab the player. They would need to close the air vent at any sign of the tongue. If they kept it closed for far too long, then not only would they suffer from heat stroke, but their fear level would increase as well. This would lead to false jump scares and hallucinations that would leave the player stunned. If the player struggles with all these attempts and lets Fergus in, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. Let's meet our next Swamp Shack friend. So the character we're introducing is Stanley the Stork. Stanley was designed after the long-necked bird, the stork. Just like Sadie the Snake, they were given a long and extendable neck. He was also one of the rare characters that was given clothing and a theme. His character was based on a postal worker that would deliver packages to all the creatures in the swamp. And this now brings us to Stanley's role at the pizzeria. So his role was that of the gift giver. So at the Swamp Shack pizzeria, it was tradition that the birthday guest would get a special present included with their birthday party package. These presents were typically a Fazbear character plushie, and these presents were handed out by none other than Stanley himself. He would go around from table to table delivering all the presents. The children were delighted to see Stanley approaching their table because they knew they were getting a birthday present. But sometimes this could cause problems with other children causing temper tantrums because it wasn't their birthday and they didn't receive a gift. But for the most part, this didn't prove to be a problem, especially because Stanley would make up for it with candy for the crying children. So Stanley was considered to be quite the successful character at the Swamp Shack pizzeria. They always did their job and they made all the children laugh and smile. But eventually, like all the other characters, this would soon take a turn for the worst. So on this unfortunate day, it was like any other ordinary day. The members of the Bayou Boogie Band were up on stage playing their songs. Fergus the Frog was blowing up balloons. And Stanley was gathering up all the presents for the day. He had a big day ahead of him with several parties operating on the same day. He gathered all the presents and stored them in his trusty postal bag. Stanley spent most of the day going from table to table handing out the gifts. All was well until he reached the last table. He gave out the last gift, but another member of the birthday party didn't like this at all. They got upset and threw a tantrum. Unfortunately for Stanley, they didn't have any of the complimentary candy left over in his bag. The spoiled child grabbed onto Stanley's empty bag and ripped it off the straps. The parents took the child away and apologised to the staff. Stanley didn't think anything of it. Sure, he was upset that his favourite bag has been broken, but he understood that children were just children and they didn't mean anything by it. But the next couple of days would prove to be even harder for poor Stanley. Without his trusty mailbag, he would have to carry the presents out a couple at a time. This proved to be way harder than he expected, as he would have to make multiple trips to the storeroom throughout the day. As the week came to an end, Stanley began to miss his trusty mailbag. He would give anything to have it back. The workers said they would repair it soon, but who knows when that will be. So that night, Stanley roamed around the pizzeria in a somber mood. He eventually found himself in the repair room where he saw something he couldn't believe. Laying there in front of him was a brand new mailbag. They must have fixed it for him after all. As he approached it, something else approached him. Oscar grabbed Stanley and pulled him into the shadows. What happened next, no one knows. All that's known is that Stanley looked quite different after Oscar was through with him. This nightmarish version of Stanley was filled with rage and hate. They wanted to hurt anyone and everyone they could, and the only person who was here after hours was of course the night guard. So Stanley made his way over to the security office. He was keen to try out his new pointy teeth and razor-sharp claws. Just as he made it down towards the security office, the clock struck 6. Right in front of the night guard, Stanley changed back into his original self. Once again, no one would believe the monstrosity that the night guard saw right in front of them. Stanley went about his business and headed back upstairs. He had no idea how he ended up in the security office. But this was only the first night. Tomorrow night they would accomplish their evil deeds. But before they made another attempt to harm the night guard, let's first hear a word from our sponsor.
Birthday Bonanza! Here at the Swamp Shack, every birthday guest gets their very own special gift. Come on down and find out for yourself!
So as the clock hit midnight, Stanley transformed back into his monstrous self once again. This time they'll get the night guard if it's the last thing they do. So now let's get to the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Stanley's starting position would be in the main party area. When the night starts, he would be on the move. So Stanley would approach the door from both the left and right hand side. As soon as a player sees them, they would need to close the door immediately. But attempting to enter the doorway wouldn't be his only trick. Stanley can leave 2 different types of presents at the door. The player needs to be quick in shutting the door or they'll be affected by the present's ability. The first one would simply have an EMP effect, and temporarily shut down the electronics in the office. The player would need to reboot everything before they continue. But it's the second present that the player would have to really look out for. With this present, Stanley in his nightmare state now has the ability to infect the plush toys that he gives to the children. If the player doesn't close the door on this present fast enough, they'll be jump scared by the evil toy inside. This jump scare wouldn't end the game, but it would temporarily stun the player, leaving them open to a real jump scare from any of the other characters. So with all of Stanley's tricks, they need to be on their guard at all times. If the player gets overwhelmed and slips up, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. So the next character we're introducing is Casey the Crawfish. So Casey was designed after the swamp-dwelling crustacean, the crawfish. Crawfish are typically red in colour, but the engineers decided to go for orange considering they already had a red character with Fergus. Instead of hands, Casey was given the signature crawfish claws. So in the local area surrounding the Swamp Shack, crawfish played a major role in the local cuisine. There were many local restaurants that made their own specific crawfish boil dishes. And one of those restaurants was also the Swamp Shack Pizzeria. Once a year, the Swamp Shack Pizzeria would host their annual crawfish boil feast. Many people would come round to eat loads and loads of the delicious crawfish. The workers would dump it all on the table as the guests would dig in. The annual crawfish boil was always a great success. And the main mascot for this event was Casey himself. He was used on all the promotional material and would greet all the guests as they came to feast. Some people thought it to be quite strange that a crawfish character would host a feast where everyone eats his own kind. But then again, there was plenty of restaurants that would have seafood-based mascots. So besides the big main event of the crawfish boil, Casey on any regular day was a normal character as any. They would walk around and greet all the kids, and even join in on the fun and games that went on. For the most part, management was quite pleased with Casey. They were well behaved, and the guests and children were quite fond of them. But like all the other characters at the pizzeria, they would soon be corrupted by a dark and evil force. So it was the day before the annual crawfish boil feast. All the chefs were hard at work cooking and preparing for the big day. They would season everything and let it cook extra slowly overnight. They left the night guard in charge to check on the food throughout the night. They were mainly meant to check and make sure the place didn't burn down. At around 3 AM, the guard would turn off the stoves to ensure that the food didn't also overcook and burn. But seeing there was no visual feed on the camera for the kitchen, they would need to walk down and inspect the stoves themselves. This wasn't much of a problem. They would just have to check only a couple of times throughout the night. But on this night of all nights, the newly introduced dark entity had other plans for the food. The entity planned to corrupt and take control of Casey and have some fun of their own. They were getting better as time went on. They didn't even need to be in direct contact with their victims. Of course, their range was limited, but they were able to corrupt from anywhere in the pizzeria. So they took control of Casey and headed towards the kitchen. The entity didn't have any need to transform Casey into the nightmarish creature just yet. For now, they just wanted to have some fun. When Casey reached the kitchen, the entity's goal was to mess with the food. Their plan was to collect all the discarded rotten crawfish and add them to the pots. Hundreds of people would be eating throughout the day, and they were sure to all get sick from food poisoning. An incident like this would surely stop people from coming back. And finally, this restaurant would be all theirs. So Casey collected all the rotten crustaceans from the garbage and added them to the pots. They had to be careful though, as the night guard would check here and there. They finally finished their dastardly deed, and now all they had to do was wait for tomorrow. As the chefs arrived in the morning, they noticed a large amount of smoke bellowing from the kitchen. They rushed in and saw that all the food for the day boiled over, and it all dried out and eventually burnt. The night guard forgot to turn off the stoves last night. Granted, they would have been busy with all the other animatronics trying to kill them. But no one would believe them if they said anything. So the annual crawfish feast was cancelled and postponed to another day. The night guard got into a lot of trouble. But in the end, they weren't fired from their job. But there was someone else who was very unhappy with the night guard. The entity had had enough of this troublesome night guard. Not only did they ruin their plans and hard work with forcing Casey to ruin the food, but they also have been telling everyone what's been going on at night. Not many believed them, but some of the workers were starting to take it as an actual fact. This time the entity was going to do away with this night guard for sure. As the clock struck 12, their corruption over Casey had taken its full effect. Casey transformed into a monstrous version of himself. His claws grew large and deadly, and his jaw split apart, revealing sharp, pointy teeth. Casey was now set on destroying the night guard. They would do anything in their newly given power to take them out. But before they do, let's first hear a word from our sponsor.
Come on down to Swamp Shack Pizzeria and meet the whole gang. They can't wait to meet you.
So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. So as always, the gameplay loop is based off the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. Casey's starting position would always be in the kitchen, but seeing that the player has no visual feed, they would need to listen out for any movement. Usually Casey would make their way down to the security office around 1 AM. He would always approach from the right hand side. As usual, the player would be able to see as they were approaching through the glass. They would need to shut the door as soon as they see Casey approaching. If the player isn't quick enough, Casey can actually grab the door in their vice-like claws. As he slowly makes his way in, the player would need to repeatedly tap the door button in order to close it out of his hands. Casey will also try to smoke out the player. They'll cause a fire in the kitchen, and since all the air vents are linked, smoke will start to pour into the office. The player first needs to close the vents and activate the sprinklers. This will extinguish the fire and stop the smoke. The player needs to be careful as Casey wouldn't always make himself seen through the glass. Using his 8 little legs on his torso, he can also crawl towards the door. The player would need to keep an eye out for his antenna as they move across the glass. If the player doesn't see this and misses them, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare.
Hello? Who is this? What is going on here? I've got to get out of here. This is the last thing I need right now. There's gotta be a way to the front door. Damn, it's locked. I need to find my keys. Whoa, that was close. One key down. Now to find the rest. I guess this'll do. Only got one charge.
It's pizza time! Come join us at the Swamp Shack Pizzeria!
Oh great, now what? I need to hide.
Never smile at a crocodile. No, you can't get friendly with the crocodile. Don't be taken in by his welcome grin. He's a
Never smile at a crocodile. No, you
So previously in our last video, we see the night guard prepare themselves for another night shift at the Swamp Shack Pizzeria. Only this time it wouldn't be a regular night shift. Out of nowhere, the glitch entity appeared and stole the night guard's keys. They were then forced out of the office by a deadly gas and locked out by the mysterious red vines. After making his way to the front door and realising it's locked, our night guard character needs to find all of the keys that have been scattered throughout the pizzeria by the glitch entity. But with all the characters roaming around, this would prove to be quite difficult. They first encounter Sadie the Snake, who attacked them and swallowed them whole. Our night guard managed to rip his way out of her body and defeat her. They then encountered the star of the pizzeria himself, Greg the Gator. After sneaking up on him and frying all of his circuits with their supercharged flashlight, they then acquired the arcade key. Our night guard now has access to the arcade, and who knows what will be waiting for them next.
Shaking or tilting prize machine will result in security lock of the machine. This is your final warning.
Damn.
So now that our night guard has located the next key, they're going to have to find some arcade tokens in order to play. They'll need to fish out the key with the claw machine. But they can't stick around and play for too long. If they stay still for much longer, who knows what'll jump out at them. One of the other animatronics has to be lurking around here. Either it's Fergus, or maybe Stanley.
Prizes, prizes, and more prizes! See what you can win at the Swamp Shack Arcade today!
This can't be happening.
The night guard has narrowly escaped Fergus. But now what do they do? Fergus has swallowed the key. And the only way to get it off him is to defeat him head on. But how exactly are they going to do that? Surely he has some weakness. Fergus is known to have a large air compressor inside of his head. He uses this large burst of air to blow up balloons. But maybe our night guard could figure out a way to blow up Fergus instead.
I need to think.
Finally, the night guard has defeated Fergus and obtained the gift room key. This room is the storage area for all the special presents that Stanley the Stork gives to the children. The night guard isn't looking forward to whatever gift Stanley may have in store for them, but they're hoping it's another key to yet another area, and hopefully this key will be for the front door. But there's only one way to find out.
What on earth was that? I've got to get out of here.
So previously in our last video, the Night Guard character came up against Fergus the Frog and Stanley the Stork. They met Fergus in the arcade where they needed to fish out the next key out of a prize claw machine. They managed to sneak up past Fergus and rupture his inner air compressor. After that interaction, they found themselves in front of Stanley in the gift room. Stanley challenged the Night Guard to a game of chance to find the next key. But the glitch entity grew tired of Stanley's childish games and tore his head clean off. The glitch entity teleported the Night Guard out of the gift room and into the main party area. They were gifted the kitchen key and now continue their journey to find the front door key and exit this twisted place.
I need to end this now.
In a fit of rage, the Night Guard has taken out Casey the crawfish. Now, only one animatronic remains. Well, that's if they can even call them that anymore. Now that the Night Guard has acquired the emergency item key, they need to head back to the repair room. Now that they have this special key, they can finally unlock an item that may help them at the end of this night. This item is to only be used in emergency cases, but tonight of all nights seemed to be quite the emergency.
Oh yeah, this'll do. Only got one shot.
Come on down to Swamp Shack Pizzeria and meet
I'm impressed you've made it this far. But then again, my subjects have proven to be less than useful. But not to worry, I'm sure I'll have brand new subjects soon enough.
What are you?
What am I? I'm his unfinished project. My master never completed me. He left me as a mere faceplate. He even painted me in his favorite shade of purple. But now, thanks to Oscar's body, and a little help from Zach, I now have a full body. A body my master would be proud of.
What have you done? What have you done with Zach?
Zach is no more. He has kindly offered himself to something greater. I will always be thankful for his sacrifice. But enough about that. Let's talk about you. You have caused me a great deal of trouble. And since my subjects couldn't take you down, let's see how they do working as a team. Enjoy the show. It's sure to be the last thing you'll ever see. Where do you think you're going? What are you doing? Let go of me!
Finally, it's over. I need to find a new job.
But now across the country in a new state stood another branch in the Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria family. This was of course the North Pole Pizzeria. This was a frozen Arctic themed children's entertainment restaurant. Like most Freddy Fazbear establishments, they had a number of fun attractions and areas that would fit the theme. But we'll get into those as we progress through the videos. But apart from the party area, seating and dining area, there was the North Pole main stage. This is where the animatronics would perform all their jolly birthday songs for all the guests. Speaking of animatronics, let's meet our first Frosty character. So the first character we're introducing is Patrick the Polar Bear. Patrick was of course modelled after the large ice-dwelling animal, the polar bear. The engineers opted for a bright grey colour scheme. As long as the pizzeria could remember, there's always been a pink smudgy stain right below Patrick's jaw. None of the workers knew what it was. The managers would always say some kid spilled grape juice all over his fur, and it was impossible to get the colour out. Whatever it was, it sure did stain them pretty good. Patrick was also given a little outfit. They would wear a light purple vest and a black bowler hat. Patrick's appearance was quite similar to another famous bear at Fazbear Entertainment. Given that Patrick was a similar animal, the engineers took a lot of inspiration from the big old brown bear himself. So Patrick's role up on stage was that of the main singer. Patrick would perform up on stage with all the other members whilst they played their jolly birthday tunes. Patrick was very popular amongst all the guests. They were also the main character of the pizzeria. Patrick would be displayed on all the promotional material and restaurant menus. So apart from the main stage, there was also another area that Patrick would occupy. And this area was the Arctic Cool Room. This was a special room at the pizzeria that was set at the exact temperature of the North Pole. The temperature was set in real time to the actual North Pole, down to the very last degree. When any guests entered this room, they were required to wear a special thermal jacket. The Arctic room was mainly targeted at education and teaching the children about the Arctic. All the guests thought it was fun to experience the exact temperature and to know how cold it actually was. Amongst all the guests, there was also a little game they all played. The guests would touch the coldest parts of the walls and see how long they could leave their hands there for. The highest record was 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So whilst inside the Arctic cool room, Patrick would give a tour and recite facts about the Arctic and the North Pole. The cool room was considered to be a success amongst all the guests. And Patrick himself was the North Pole Pizzeria's greatest success. Patrick proved to be a charming and lovable character. At least that was the truth until the incident happened. But before we explore that tragic event, let's first take a look at our main protagonist. So at the North Pole Pizzeria, the player does not take the role of the night guard. They instead play as a character known as the employee. So for some strange reason, the official night guard has gone missing. None of the other workers know exactly where they went. Some say they quit, others say they just disappeared. But regardless of what happened to them, the pizzeria needed a new night guard. The manager has hired a new replacement, but they won't be starting until next week. So unfortunately, the employee was picked to keep watch just for a week until they arrived. The employee was inexperienced and quite anxious about the job change. But then again, it was only for a week. What was the worst that could happen? They reluctantly accepted and took on the role as temporary night guard. So before the employee started their new role, they wanted to know more about these disturbing looking animatronics. Each of these characters has had a strange incident linked with them in one way or another. All of which happened before the employee took on this new role. They dug up whatever information they could find about the pizzeria's main character, Patrick. It turns out that Patrick was involved in something called the Stowaway Incident. So on one unfortunate night when the pizzeria closed for the day, there was a child that hid away and waited until the pizzeria was closed. Who knows why they did it? Maybe they wanted the pizzeria all to themselves. They could play all the games they wanted and eat as much candy as they could. Or maybe the poor child was bullied into hiding by some other children. Regardless, there was an unattended child inside the locked up pizzeria. And the North Pole Pizzeria had to be the most unsafe place for a child to be stuck. As we all know, the animatronics are left in their free roam mode of a nighttime. This ensures all their joints and servos don't seize up. So whilst the others walked around, Patrick was up on stage. Patrick didn't tend to move around a lot. He was happy just to stand around on the main stage. But this night of all nights was the worst place they could stand. So the troublesome stowaway child got into the prize counter and was playing around with some of the rubber bouncy balls. They were bouncing them as high as they could. This was all fun and games until one of the bouncy balls landed directly inside Patrick's mouth. The stowaway child was so excited that they made this 1 in a million shot. They were so proud of themselves that they needed to retrieve this bouncy ball. So they stacked up a few boxes and attempted to reach inside of Patrick's mouth. They crawled inside and tried to find the bouncy ball. They practically had half of their body inside of Patrick's mouth. But little did the poor stowaway child know, the mechanisms inside of Patrick's jaw were quite troublesome. There were rumours that Patrick's jaw has malfunctioned before. Apparently a repair worker got their hand stuck inside of his clamped mouth. And apparently that was the reason for the faded stain under Pat's jaw. But management would never admit if that was ever the truth. As the child dug deeper, they almost got it. But their hand had touched a very sensitive mechanism, and before they knew it, this tragic incident went unnoticed by the night guard. They were too busy sleeping to notice what had happened. This is probably why they were allegedly fired. The rest of the documents didn't go into further detail on what had happened next. All that was stated was the child was in a stable condition, and the Patrick Polar Bear animatronic would be evaluated and put in for review. The employee never knew about this incident, but that explains why Patrick looks the way they do now. These days, Patrick looked quite worse for wear. Their body was withered and damaged, and they now had a stain that could not be removed. The employee dreaded the fact that they now had to spend a whole week alone at night with Patrick and the other characters. But as long as they stayed in the office, they would be fine. So one of the other roles that the employee had taken on was light maintenance of the animatronics. This included cleaning and maintaining the outer appearance of the characters. So before their shift, they needed to clean up Patrick and try and remove that tricky stain. The stowaway incident happened when the disappeared night guard was still working. This stain has been there for quite a while. And in recent weeks, Patrick has lost an ear and had his hat ripped off. But regardless, they were told to clean him up, so that's what they tried to do. After scrubbing his fur, it seemed that this stain was impossible to get out. The employee would need to remove Patrick's jaw in order to get the full stain. When they removed it, the strangest thing happened. A VHS tape fell out of their uncovered jaw. What on earth was this doing here? The employee wondered what was on it. They were sure there was an old VCR player somewhere in the pizzeria. They decided to pop in the tape and see what was on it. What on earth was going on in that tape? And who was filming it? Was it the night guard? Does Patrick have something to do with their disappearance? Regardless, the employee needs to get back to work cleaning Patrick's fur. When they return, Patrick is nowhere to be seen. Where has he gotten to? And more importantly, does he know they've watched the tape? The employee rushes over to the security office to start their first night shift. Whilst they do, Patrick waits in the shadows, ready to strike, ready to silence the truth from coming out. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay mechanics are based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. The player needs to keep an eye out for Patrick and close the doors immediately as soon as they see him. So Patrick's starting position would always be on the main stage. They wouldn't normally be active until around 2 or 3 in the morning. When the player hears the faint sound of the happy birthday song, that's when they know Patrick is getting close. When the player closes the door on Patrick, sometimes he'll knock on the door. According to the number of knocks, the player would have to act accordingly. If they hear 2 knocks, that means turn on both hallway lights. If they hear 3 knocks, that means quickly open and close both doors. If they hear 4 knocks, it means to stay perfectly still. If the player doesn't follow along with the knocks, then Patrick won't leave until they do the task. There's also another version of Patrick that can appear. If No Eyes Patrick appears at the door, then the player will just have to leave them alone. Actually closing the door on him will spring his jump scare, as his vision is based on movement. The player wouldn't realise this until they first encountered him. It would be a rare occurrence, but creepy nonetheless. Throughout the night, Patrick's movements will become quicker and quicker. They need to keep up, or else they'll get greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. And this character is Preston the Penguin. Preston was modelled after the Emperor Penguin. He was given the classic black and white colour scheme. They also had a bright yellow beak, orange bird-like feet, and green eyes. So Preston's role up on stage was that of the bass player. Preston had a special bass guitar that was designed to look like it was made of ice. He would play up on stage alongside Patrick as they both sang their jolly birthday songs. But when Preston wasn't up on stage playing bass, they also had another role at the pizzeria. So Preston was also in charge of the snow cone bar. This is where the guests would be able to get their very own flavoured snow cones. One of the workers would grind up all the ice with their special grinding machine. And then they would shape the frozen treat and pass it to Preston. This is where Preston would add the flavouring. So inside his inner workings were multiple containers filled with different flavoured syrups. Preston's beak would slide open and the flavouring would pour out onto the snow cone. Then he would pass it to the guests. The pizzeria played around with multiple different flavours. In Preston's 3 inbuilt flavour reservoirs they had blueberry, lime, and orange. Sometimes they would have special flavours throughout the year, but it was mainly those 3 flavours. They once toyed around with a cherry flavoured syrup, but a stream of red liquid pouring out of Preston's beak didn't look right, especially with all the rumours surrounding Fazbear Entertainment. They thought it would be best not to use the blood red liquid going forward. It was a shame though, because red just so happens to be Preston's favourite colour. They would do anything to have the red cherry flavour back again. But they just had to make do with the flavours that they had. So all in all, Preston was considered to be a successful animatronic. They were popular with the guests, and their unique ability of making snow cones was definitely a hit. But all of this would soon change after Preston's unfortunate accident. The accident would change them and how they acted forever. So at the time before the accident happened, the security guard was still working at the pizzeria. They would only ever be here of a night time to keep an eye on the place. Before the employee took over their role as temporary night guard, they worked at the prize counter. The employee would talk to the night guard here and there, only for a half hour or so before they finished for the day and the guard started their shift. They seemed nice. Nothing ever seemed off about the night guard. The only noticeable thing about them was the camcorder they were always carrying. Management didn't know they had it on them. The night guard mentioned a couple of times that the animatronics acted differently at night. They wanted to film them and get footage of all the quirky things they'd be doing. None of this ever really mattered to the employee. They just wanted to finish their shift and go home. But now they're in the role of the night guard, there was definitely some truth to what they said. After watching that videotape last night, it seems they managed to get some weird stuff on camera. They wondered if there was any more tapes lying around. And more importantly, they were concerned about whatever happened to the night guard. So before the employees started their next night shift, they once again searched for all the paperwork and documents on the characters at the pizzeria. This time they took a look at Preston the penguin. This poor animatronic had an unfortunate accident a couple of weeks ago. It didn't happen when they were working though. This managed to happen on the night guard's shift. So it was just a regular night when all the characters were placed into their free roam setting. They were all walking around going about their business. But on this unfortunate night, Preston managed to wander into the kitchen. The kitchen was often kept pretty clean. No matter how clean you keep it, the establishment couldn't avoid the pesky problem of rats. They weren't too much of a problem, but they managed to sneak in here and there. But there was one rat in particular who was in for quite a horrible time. So when the day was finished, the staff would usually pack away the ice shredder. But this time they forgot to pack it away and unplug it. Whilst Preston was wandering around the kitchen, the unlucky rat crawled into the shredder. It tripped off the sensor and shredded it to bits. The sudden noise caught Preston's attention as he went to investigate the loud machine. And what he saw was the shredder covered in a red shiny liquid. The only thing that came to Preston's robotic mind was the cherry syrup. Finally, after all this time, their favourite coloured syrup was back. Once again, they could have the red cherry flavour. Without hesitation, Preston drove his hands and beak straight into the shredder. That would soon prove to be a decision Preston would regret. Fortunately, they managed to free themselves from the shredder, but the damage was already done. Their arms, beak, and legs have all been shredded, and his eyes lost that green colour. They were now just a strange milky white. The next day, when the staff members found him in the state he was in, they deemed him out of order. They stored him in the repair room until they could get him fixed. The workers all thought that's where he would stay. But at night, he would still wander around and terrorise the night guard when he still worked here. A couple of weeks later, time had finally come for Preston to get repaired. It was up to the employee/temporary night guard to check him out. They had to ensure his flavour syrup tanks were drained before the repair worker arrived tomorrow. So the employee opened up Preston's beak and located the syrup purge button. They got a bucket ready and pressed the button. It took a while, but all of a sudden, a thick dark liquid poured out of the nozzle. What on earth was this? Maybe the syrup has spoiled. Whatever happened to it, it sure didn't smell like syrup anymore. After the tanks were drained, they closed his beak once again. As they did, the employee cut themselves on Preston's jagged beak. A stream of blood poured from the employee's hand. As it did, Preston's eyes grew wider. The employee rushed to the first aid kit to grab a bandage. What they found alongside all the med supplies was another strange VHS tape. What was this doing in here? They bandaged themselves up and placed the tape in the VCR. They eagerly awaited what they'd see this time. So it seems the night guard managed to capture more of the strange events that were taking place. They wondered if these tapes would ever reveal what happened to them. They also weren't sure if they really wanted to know. Regardless, it was time to start their second night shift. So they headed to the security office to get ready. Meanwhile, Preston couldn't stop thinking about what they saw. It was that red cherry syrup. They can't believe they saw it again. The employee must have been filled with the stuff. This time, they weren't going to fail. They would get every single drop of that precious cherry syrup, even if they had to drain it all from the employee's fragile, soft body. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. Whilst keeping an eye out for Patrick, they also need to be on the lookout for Preston. His starting position would always be in the repair room. As soon as the night shift begins, he would be on the move. So Preston would always approach from the left-hand door. As soon as the player sees him, they would need to close the door immediately. Preston would have a few tricks up their sleeves. In trying to enter the office, they would also be able to spray the player with a strange dark liquid. Even though the player drained it all, it managed to come back. If the player isn't quick enough to shut the door, Preston can spray them directly in the face. This would temporarily blind them until they wiped it away from their eyes. They would need to click repeatedly until it faded away. Also, Preston could spray the floors with the slick dark fluid. This would cause the floors to become slippery and grant the other characters, including himself, a slight speed boost. Another trick he'll pull is spraying the cameras and blocking the visual feed for the rest of the night. All these tricks and attempts to enter the security office would put a lot of pressure on the player. If they weren't able to keep up, they'd be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. So for our next character, we have Wilbur the Walrus. Wilbur was obviously designed after the large blubbery animals, the walrus. These Arctic animals are most famous for their large tusks protruding from their mouths. Instead of going with the brown colour scheme, they instead went for a bright lavender colour scheme with reddish eyes. Wilbur's body frame was quite different to most of the other characters. Considering that walruses are stocky creatures that are naturally lower to the ground, Wilbur's stature is one of the shortest ones out of the animatronics. Instead of robotic hands and feet, they were given large flippers. Despite not having any hands, this didn't affect Wilbur's role up on stage. So the instrument that Wilbur played up on stage was the piano. So alongside the rest of the band, Wilbur would play his miniature piano. Of course, with his large flippers, he couldn't really be playing the piano. What all the guests heard was merely a recording over the speakers. There were times here and there in which Wilbur would perform piano solos while the other characters walked around with the guests. Wilbur wasn't considered to be one of the most popular characters though. But they definitely still had a fan base, that's for sure. Overall, Wilbur was considered to be a successful character at the North Pole Pizzeria. That was until their unfortunate accident happened. And like all the other characters, they too would change in a dark and sinister way. So, like all the Freddy Fazbear animatronics, Wilbur had his own unique quirks and characteristics. The one that stood out the most was Wilbur's obsession with his piano. He loved the thing. He always went out of his way to make sure it was clean and in great condition. Wilbur himself couldn't really do much besides dust the piano with his big material flippers, but whenever the workers gave it a good wipe down from all the sticky soda and candy, this pleased Wilbur very much. But the one thing that wouldn't please Wilbur was if anyone played his piano. There were strict instructions set in place that stated that no one was allowed to play Wilbur's piano. He was known to be quite protective of it and aggressive towards anyone who sat down and attempted to play it. Funny enough, the children rarely went next to the piano. And even if they did, Wilbur wouldn't really mind. It was more the workers and parents he cared about. Deep down, Wilbur knew kids were only kids. So on one unfortunate night, the security guard was roaming around the pizzeria before their shift started. They had a little free time, so they thought they'd take a look around. This was of course in the early days of their employment, before they mysteriously disappeared. They wandered up on stage and sat in front of Wilbur's piano. Unknown to everyone else, the night guard could actually play the piano, and they were quite good at it as well. They used to play when they were younger. The unfortunate thing was, the security guard wasn't aware of the strict no playing the piano rule. And with no employees to tell him otherwise, they would soon find themselves in some trouble. They pressed one key after the other and the loud music bellowed from the piano. This of course caught the attention of Wilbur. As he stood there watching his precious piano being played by another, a strong jealous rage washed over him. All of a sudden, Wilbur charged at the piano. He crashed straight into it, knocking the night guard off the stage. The night guard stood up and watched as Wilbur destroyed the piano right in front of them. Without mercy, Wilbur smashed the piano into pieces. He couldn't stand the thought that someone else had played his piano. And to add insult to injury, someone that was better at the piano than him. As Wilbur smashed the piano, their body got badly damaged in the process. All the jagged pieces of wood and the sharp piano wire sliced and tore through Wilbur's body. After they were done, what was left was not a sight to behold. Now that piano couldn't be played by anyone. Wilbur's next target was the night guard. Fortunately, the night guard has already made their way towards the security office and was safe for the time being. But ever since this incident, Wilbur's always had it out for the night guard. But now fast forward to the current day, and Wilbur's piano has been replaced, and the pizzeria has done their best to keep Wilbur in a presentable state. They could never attach the broken tusk back on, so they just left it. That was until the manager ordered a new industrial strength glue that would stick it back together. It was the employee's job to repair Wilbur's tusk before their third night shift. So later that night, they moved Wilbur to the repair room and got to work. They had to cut open the new box that the glue came in. It was filled with packing peanuts. It seemed unnecessary for a single bottle of glue. They rummaged around and pulled out something that didn't feel like a bottle of glue. It was another one of these VHS tapes. What was it doing inside a brand new sealed box? But regardless, like always, their curiosity got the best of them and they couldn't wait to watch it. So they ran over to the VCR and inserted the tape. Hoping for more answers, they eagerly awaited the VCR to start up. these VHS tapes were getting weirder and weirder. The employee was beginning to wonder if these were even real. Were they just fancy special effects? But then again, how would they even pull off those effects on a VHS? Regardless, they spent enough time watching the tape and now they have to start their shift. They'll glue Wilbur's tusk back on in the morning. So whilst the employee walked to the security office, Wilbur waited in the shadows. Now one would think, why would Wilbur attack even though the employee hasn't touched the piano? Well, to Wilbur it didn't really matter. If anyone was wearing that uniform, they were considered a threat to the piano. Wilbur would rather take them out rather than risk the night guard touching what was rightfully theirs. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop follows the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. The player would need to keep a lookout for all the other characters, including Wilbur. So his starting place would always be the main stage. Around 1 or 2 AM is when Wilbur will make their move. Whenever they approach the right hand door, the player would need to shut it immediately. It depends if Wilbur will leave the door or not after it closes. Sometimes he'll leave, and other times he'll stay until a certain action is performed. The player would need to trigger the piano music on the main stage. This would cause Wilbur to run away and investigate. After the player is forced to play the piano music, this would cause Wilbur to become more aggressive. This enraged state would allow him to approach from both doors now. He would storm towards the doors and even push other characters out of the way. If Wilbur shoves another character, this also enrages that specific character, and grants them the ability to access both doors as well. So not only can Wilbur affect the moods of the other characters, but himself wouldn't calm down until the end of the night. This increased aggression and the manipulation of other characters would definitely put the pressure on the player. If they aren't careful and get overwhelmed, then they'd be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. And this new character is Axel, the Arctic Fox. Axel was of course designed after the fluffy white foxes from the Arctic. Being a white and fluffy creature, they were given a similar colour scheme to that of Patrick. Their mouth was filled with rows of pointy teeth, and their eyes were a bright, vibrant yellow. Now, as we all know, Axel isn't the only fox in the Freddy Fazbear lineup of characters. Axel would be quite similar in design to the beloved Scrappy Pirate himself. One key feature that separates Axel is his big fluffy tail. So as for Axel's role up on stage, he didn't have one. Instead of performing in the band, he had his own sectioned off area. And this area was called Axel's Avalanche Room. This was a play area that was filled with snow, but not just any snow. This was a special synthetic type of snow. This snow didn't need to be stored in cold areas. It was a white fluffy mixture that was made of a certain polymer. It could be shaped, thrown, sculpted, and it even made imprints. Majority of the kids in this town never actually seen snow for themselves. So this special snow that was never cold and never melted was just like the real thing. The kids could make snowmen, have snowball fights, and make as many snow angels as they wanted. Whilst all this fun was happening, Axel would be the one looking over all the children. They were in charge of the Avalanche Room and made sure everyone was safe and followed the rules. Typically the only rule was, do not eat the synthetic snow. So Axel's Avalanche Room was considered to be a big success. The guests loved playing in the snow, and it was considered to be their most popular attraction at the pizzeria. As for Axel himself, he was a great character as well. He did his job and made sure everyone was safe and followed the rules. But not everything was so great. Ever since Axel's mysterious accidents, things took a turn for the worst. So on this unfortunate day, everything was working as usual. The pizzeria was almost done for the day, and the staff were packing away all the equipment and closing up the restaurant. The staff would then leave and the night guard would start their shift for the evening. All the other animatronics would be set in their free roam mode as they walked around the pizzeria. Axel would also roam around from time to time. But mostly they would hang out in the avalanche room. They liked it in there. It's where they felt most safe and at ease. But in the later days, just before the night guard disappeared, the avalanche room felt a little stranger and stranger as the days went on. Axel didn't feel at home anymore. Something wasn't right. They themselves couldn't explain it. It was almost like a strange presence has moved into this area. Sometimes the room would get cold. Not as cold as the Arctic room, but it definitely dropped some degrees. So the incident involving Axel is one of the most mysterious cases at the North Pole Pizzeria. There's no records on what happened, nor is there any footage as well. On that unfortunate night, the camera in the avalanche room suffered a technical malfunction. All that everyone knows is that one minute everything was fine, and the next minute it wasn't. It all happened in an instant. After hearing strange sounds coming from the avalanche room, the night guard took it upon themselves to go check. As they peeked into the room, all they could see was the white synthetic snow has been stained with a thick viscous oil. Amongst all this mess stood Axel. What on earth happened to him? All of Axel's bottom half was nothing but endoskeleton and dangling wires. It looks like something has ripped off most of his material skin away. Whatever happened here was certainly a mystery. Ever since this strange incident happened, the avalanche room has been closed. To this current day, it's still closed with Axel inside. That was until the room was scheduled to have all the synthetic snow replaced. There was a delivery on the way and a worker that was going to pump the room full of new snow. The employee was given the task of emptying out all the tainted snow. They would need to go in and shovel it all out before the worker came the next day. If this job wasn't horrible enough already, the employee had to shovel all the snow with Axel inside. They should be fine though. Axel has been deactivated for quite some time now, so the chance of them coming alive and attacking them was quite unlikely. So the employee got to work shoveling all the fake snow. Shovel by shovel, they slowly emptied the room of all the stained oily snow. All the while, Axel stood there and stared. The employee was almost done. Just a couple more shovel loads to go. They scooped the last one and felt something strange. In the pile of snow was another one of these mysterious VHS tapes. What was this one going to show them now? Without hesitation, they rushed over to the VCR and played the tape. Once again, these tapes have done nothing but open up more questions. What on earth was going on in this place? And what the hell was happening to these damn animatronics? And where is the security guard? Regardless, they needed to start their shift. They headed over to the security office and got to work. Meanwhile, Axel started to move once more. It seems that they have been awakened once again. And they are very eager to test out the new teeth they were so graciously gifted. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. So as always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. The player needs to keep an eye out for Axel and all the other characters as well. So the starting position for Axel would always be in the avalanche room. Since that unfortunate camera malfunction, there is no visual or audio available inside the room. The only camera that is working is the one stationed in front of the door of the room. So the player would need to keep an eye on those doors, and see if Axel peeks his head out. Just like another sneaky fox in the FNAF franchise, Axel will slowly make his way out of the room. And when the player sees the door wide open, that means they're in a lot of trouble. They would need to close the door immediately before Axel rushes in. Axel would always rush down the left-hand side of the office. As soon as they leave the avalanche room, they would sprint down towards the office. The player has very little time to quickly close the door. And as the nights go on, they would only get quicker and quicker. If the player successfully stops Axel, they'd return back to the avalanche room and prepare to attack again. This attack loop of Axel's can definitely put the pressure on the player. It would force them to always be watching. And if they lose focus, they'd be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. And the new character we're introducing is Aura, the orca whale. So, hence the name, Aura was modelled after the killer whales of the Arctic. She was given the classic black and white colour scheme just like the orcas. Her head was predominantly larger than most of the other characters at the pizzeria. She was given a dorsal fin, sharp pointy teeth, and large bright pink eyes. So Aura's role up on stage was that of the accordion player. She would be up on stage playing her toy-like accordion with the rest of the band. Aura was considered to be a crowd favourite amongst all the guests. All the children loved seeing her friendly face up on stage. That was before her horrible incident happened for all to see. So apart from playing up on stage and walking around greeting the children, Aura was quite the happy-go-lucky animatronic. She was well behaved and didn't cause the staff any trouble at all. In fact, out of all the characters, Aura was the repair worker's favourite animatronic to work on. She wouldn't twitch or spring to life and attack them, she would just sit there and happily get worked on with ease. At night, when all the characters were put into their free roam setting, Aura would just wander around here and there, not causing any mischief or mayhem. But this would all change for the worst soon enough. So on that unfortunate day, we return to the employee. At this time, they weren't working as the temporary night guard. In fact, their position was at the prize counter for the arcade. This was the time when the night guard was still employed. Or better put, hasn't disappeared yet. So the disturbing fact about Aura's incident was that the employee witnessed it themselves. In fact, everyone witnessed it, including the poor children. So it's well known by now that Freddy Fazbear restaurants aren't strangers to saving a few bucks here and there. They were known for cutting corners due to their small budgets. This cost-saving mentality was also applied to the set and decorations. More specifically, the large hanging icicles above the stage. The icicles were made of a heavy and sturdy fiberglass material. The only thing is, they weren't exactly installed in the proper way. Instead of being fastened in correctly, they were instead glued to the stage ceiling. The cheap contractors ensured that this would be enough to hold them. But it turns out they were very wrong indeed. Over time, one large icicle in particular started to wiggle itself loose. It was only a matter of time before it broke free and severely injured somebody. And unfortunately, that day was today. So whilst Aura was playing up on stage, the large icicle finally broke free. It came crashing down and drove itself through Aura's head. It happened in an instant. If you blink, you'd miss it. The room was suddenly filled with screams as the friendly looking whale stood there with a large icicle embedded in their skull. The staff members quickly rushed all the children and guests out of the area. Aura was severely malfunctioning whilst up on stage. The workers quickly shut her down before any more damage could be done. Aura was then placed in the repair room until they could figure out what they would do with her. They were instructed not to remove the icicle or else it might cause more damage. So Aura was left alone in the storage room until they could figure out what they could do. But eventually that time in the repair room got longer and longer. As time went by, Aura's body got more withered and worn. She began to grow crazy, having this large icicle sticking out of her head. Sometimes the employees would shut her down, but most of the time they needed to keep her awake and moving, or else her joints and motors would seize up. After a while, Aura couldn't take it anymore. She planned to face the night guard and see if they could help them. Whenever she approached the door, the night guard would shut it in her face. This only made Aura more confused and angry. But now the night guard has mysteriously disappeared, Aura might try her luck with the new temporary employee night guard. Maybe they might be able to remove this unsightly icicle. But chances were, they would most likely avoid them and close the door. And that's exactly what the employee was instructed to do. By no means were they ever allowed to let any animatronics inside the security office. And second of all, the staff members were instructed not to remove the icicle. So it was only a matter of time before Aura was let down again by another night guard. So after all this time, it surprised no one that the restaurant hasn't done anything to fix the dangling icicles. They were waiting until they could find the cheapest possible contractor to secure them much tighter. But eventually, they just made the employee do it. So that was their task before their night shift. They had to screw down the icicles to ensure that they stayed put. Whilst doing this, they came across another strange VHS tape. It was just laying up there in the rafters. This was beginning to get stranger and stranger. Who was leaving these tapes around the pizzeria? It was almost like they were planted just there for them to find. After they were done with the icicles, they then placed the tape into the VCR. Who knows what they were going to see this time? This is starting to get out of hand. The employee wonders if they should tell anyone about these tapes. But if they did that, then the police would probably search every nook and cranny and find these tapes. Then they'd all be confiscated, and then the employee would never know what happened. And they needed to know what happened. It was unlike them, but they just had to know for themselves. Regardless, their shift was starting soon and they needed to get ready. The employee would need to be extra alert, as this would be the night that Aura would attempt to get them to remove the icicle, by any means necessary. So now we come to the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So the player needs to keep an eye out for Aura and the other characters. Aura's starting position would be in the repair room. She would begin to move as soon as the night shift started. She would approach the player from the right hand side door. As soon as the player sees her, they would need to shut the door as soon as possible. Just like the real killer whales, Aura would be patient and wait for the perfect time to strike. This was mainly when the player was looking at the security footage. There wouldn't be any telltale signs that she was approaching. 1 second the player would watch the cameras, and the next Aura would be at the door. She would wait at the end of the hallway, and her movement would be triggered as soon as the player looks. When the player first shuts the door on Aura, she would begin to get frustrated and offended. She'd be angry that the employee didn't want to help her. This would cause her movements to become faster and appear more frequently. The player would need to keep up with her attempts and avoid letting her in, because if they didn't, they'd be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. And the new character we're introducing is Luca the Leopard Seal. So, hence the name, Luca was designed after the leopard seal. To most of the other staff members, Luca's design just looked like your typical seal. And honestly, they weren't wrong. But considering this was the North Pole pizzeria, they just went ahead and called him a leopard seal. Luca was given a bright blue colour scheme to make them more appealing and friendly. Just like leopard seals, they were given sharp pointy teeth and large flipper feet. So Luca's role at the pizzeria was that of the birthday performer. Luca didn't perform in the band, but he did perform up on stage. So when the other characters weren't playing music, Luca would come up on stage and perform their special birthday act. This would include balancing multiple items on their nose. Luca's favourite item to balance was his bright coloured beach ball. His act was even interactive with other guests. They would throw the items and they would land and balance perfectly. The reason he could perfectly balance all these objects was due to the magnet inside of his nose. Each item had another magnet inside and would perfectly snap right onto his nose. In some cases, on special birthday events, Luca would present the guest with their own cake that was balanced on their nose. They would use a special platter that was also magnetized. So above all, the children loved Luca, and the management deemed them to be a successful attraction. But as always with Freddy Fazbear pizzerias, eventually this would come to an end, and Luca would soon enough have their unfortunate day. So we return to our main protagonist, the employee. It was almost time to start their night shift. They were getting ready in the locker room. Whilst they did, they couldn't help but think about everything they've seen so far. Sure, these creepy animatronics were trying to attack them, but that's nothing they couldn't handle. As long as they managed the control station, they would be fine. To some degree, they actually found it to be quite the thrill. It was almost like some twisted video game to them. But they couldn't shake the feeling that something else was at play here. Something horrible was coming and they just knew it. The only thing that lingers in their mind are those disturbing videotapes. Whatever happened to the last night guard, was it bound to happen to them? Were their days numbered? All they knew was that they needed to stick it out. Only a couple more days now and things would be back to normal. The new replacement night guard would start, and the employee would be back to working on the prize counter. Most people would tell them to quit this job, but their curiosity was well and truly getting the best of them. So they had some time before their shift. They thought they could do some more reading on the characters at the pizzeria. So the file they pulled out was for Luca the Leopard Seal. They've heard about this case. This was quite the strange one, as was all the cases at the pizzeria. Once again, this incident took place when the night guard was still here. so their unfortunate incident takes place on a normal day as any. Luca would be up on stage performing their balancing act, and all the children would be watching along and having a great time. The birthday guest was throwing items at Luca's nose, and Luca was balancing them perfectly. That was until one of the items didn't balance at all. It just bounced off their nose and fell on the ground. This has never happened before. They tried another, and once again the item didn't stick. The magnet inside Luca's nose is powered to trigger on and off, but for some reason there was no current being supplied. There must have been something wrong with the internal electronics. But regardless, they ended the show and they would take a look at the faulty magnet tomorrow. But overnight, Luca wouldn't be so calm about the situation. The one thing that made them special wasn't working, and they didn't know why. They tried to balance multiple different items on their nose, but nothing was working. Eventually, as the night went on, they decided to take a look for themselves. Inside the repair room, there were many different tools they could use. They were going to open themselves up and fix the problem themselves. By the morning, the workers found a truly disturbing sight. It seems that Luca has opened themselves up well and truly. Their endoskull was fully exposed, and their eyeballs have turned black. What on earth are they going to do now? They couldn't put Luca up on stage looking like this. Luckily, one of the workers took Luca's ripped face back home and they sewed a kind of mask for them to wear. This would do for now, although it didn't really look any better. But it would get them by until they could get repaired. But of a nighttime when the mask came off, they were reported to be much more hostile. It was like they were a different character when the mask came off. Something much darker and sinister. That was pretty much all the report said about Luca. The employee returned it to the filing cabinet, when all of a sudden they saw another one of these strange videotapes. This wasn't here before. It was like it appeared out of thin air. Once again, they needed to see what was on it. So they placed it in the VCR and eagerly awaited. None of this was making any sense. Not a single thing. Why would the night guard continue to film all these strange occurrences? They put themselves in so much danger, and for what? The employee just hoped they could get to the bottom of this before their time as temp night guard was up. But now they headed down to the security office to start their shift. So now let's get to the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. The player would need to keep an eye out for Luca and all the other characters. So Luca's starting position can be the stage or the repair room. They would typically make their move around 2 or 3 o'clock. They would approach from the right hand side, and the player would need to close the door immediately when they see them. Luca would pull all kinds of tricks to try and access the security office. One of their key tricks would be when their ball bounces into the office. This would mean one of two things. Either Luca is right outside the doors, or they weren't even there at all. Regardless, the player needs to throw the ball back outside. They need to open the right hand door and throw it back out. If they leave the wall inside, strange things would start to happen. Doors would open and close on their own, and cameras would disconnect. Another thing that Luca will do is wait at the glass window. They wouldn't leave until the player throws paper at them. It would take different amounts every time. Since Luca was used to having objects thrown at him, this would trigger him to move away. And lastly, Luca can trick the player with the mask. Sometimes it could be Luca, and other times it could be just a broomstick. But if the player gets tricked and lets them inside, then they'd be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. Hey everyone, Nick here and welcome back to GameTube, and welcome back to our Five Nights at Freddy's character concept series. So in today's video, the character looking into is the So we'll be going to this character's location, gameplay mechanics, backstory, and all that good stuff as well. As always, I will just state that this isn't necessarily into the overall universe and lore of FNAF. This is just a fun, cool, creepy story we get to tell, and we hope you enjoy. So before we start today's video, do be sure to subscribe to GamerTube, it helps out a lot and it's greatly appreciated. It also keeps you up to date with all the videos that we post. Alrighty everyone, well let's get into the character concept of the... So far in our FNAF character concept series, we've looked into the North Pole Pizzeria, an Arctic themed restaurant with a number of Frosty themed attractions and characters. So far the characters we've met have been Patrick the Polar Bear, Preston the Penguin, Wilbur the Walrus, Axel the Arctic Fox, Aura the Orca Whale, and Luca the Leopard Seal. Each of these twisted animatronics has been hellbent on attacking the player. The player has done their best to fend off each and every one of their attacks. But now the nervous employee faces their last night as the temporary night guard. And with their last night shift comes a new character. But we can't exactly call them new. They've been here from the start. And the new character introducing is the... So this specific character was originally designed after the... So now we return to our main character, the employee. Throughout the past 6 nights, they've definitely gone through a lot. They now prepare themselves for their final night. They couldn't help but feel like something wasn't right. They feared that what they've seen in the mystery tapes was entering their reality. For the majority of the nights, they only had to face the animatronics. But now something much more sinister is coming their way. Before they start their 7th night shift, they thought they would do some more research. They've read all the documents on all the other characters, but surely they can find something on this mysterious figure they've seen on the tapes. And surely enough, they found a file that documented the accounts of something called the The file was filled with testimonies from various other night guards. It appeared that the pizzeria had a total of 6 night guards who have been employed in the past. All of these testimonies tell of a strange figure that has appeared as a vision. It appears in the final days of their employment, this mysterious figure would start to present itself. In these files, there was nothing that states how these night guards ended their employment with the company. It seems just like the last guard. They too have seemed to have disappeared. The employee needed more answers. They needed to know what happened. They searched the entire pizzeria, but they couldn't find the last mystery tape. They were sure it would turn up eventually. In the past days, they never had to look for it. It was almost like the tapes were placed there for them to find at the perfect time. As they entered the security office to start their shift, there it was, just sitting there waiting for them. They played the tape and hoped to see what finally happened. It appears that this thing finally had gotten what it wanted. The employee needs to make it through this night. There was no way they were letting that happen to them. The past night guards all met the same fate. All they needed to do was survive, and it would all be over. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. The player needs to keep an eye out for all the other characters, and make sure that the doesn't appear. Considering this character doesn't have a physical form, that doesn't mean that they can't affect the player. Whilst managing the other characters, the player needs to keep an eye out for the strange visions that may appear. As soon as they see signs of it manifesting themselves, the player needs to calm themselves down by taking their anti-anxiety medication. The employee has suffered from high stress disorder in the past, and lucky for them, they had the one thing the other night guards didn't. Whenever they see strange signs, they need to take their meds as soon as possible. They would need to quickly unscrew the top by clicking the lid as fast as they can. Once taken, the visions will stop for a short while. But this can only be done once, and eventually they will start to return. But the player can still keep them at bay. Whenever they see glitches, they would need to look down at the monitors. When they look back, the glitches should stop. But throughout the night, they will get quicker and quicker. It would get to the point where even at the smallest sign of a glitch, the player would need to look at the monitors. If the player continues to do this, then they should be safe and make it through the night. But if they get overwhelmed and can't keep up with the glitches, they'll be greeted But the next location we'll be looking at isn't a pizzeria at all. With many locations scattered throughout the country, there's one facility that handles all the repairs and storage for all their animatronic characters. So the next location that we're introducing is the Fazbear Repair Center. This is a facility that handles all the repairs for Fazbear Entertainment. Through their doors, they've had a wide range of different characters that they've repaired and maintained. And then they send them back to their respective pizzerias. They've received every different kind of character you could think of. They've even had to work on the big old bear himself. But now, since the Winter Wonderland has permanently shut down, the Fazbear Repair Center is now about to receive a whole bunch of new characters. Since these characters have been discontinued, they'll need to be assessed and put away in storage. But unknown to all the repair workers, they'll be receiving an extra special guest. It's been some time since we've seen this extra character. And since the end of the Winter Wonderland chapter, they've gone through some changes. After their plan was successful, they absorbed the poor Night Guard's body and soul and became something much darker and stronger. So the shipment had finally arrived, and today was the day that all the discontinued characters needed to be worked on. One by one they are sent through on the conveyor belt to be assessed and checked. First up we have Patrick the Polar Bear. He has some surface damage, but for the most part he is in quite good shape. He has some red stains around his chin, and much care needs to be taken around his jaw mechanism. It definitely has the potential to clamp down and cause serious damage. The repair worker then inspects all the other characters as they send them in one by one. Eventually they come to the glitch entity. No name is written down for this animatronic, and they don't seem to be on the list either. Where on earth has this strange looking thing come from? Regardless, they needed to be assessed and put away in storage. They have severe damage on their legs and arms, and their teeth are jagged and sharp. They seem to be stained with something that the worker doesn't even want to know about. Their extremities are covered in what looks to be slimy red wires. They seem to be a much older model than the rest. This thing gave the worker the creeps. They didn't want to know anything about it. They feared that there might be something inside that they didn't want to find. So after their quick look over, they sent this strange thing into storage. They arranged all the characters together in a storage container and locked them up for good. But little did the workers know what has now entered their repair center. And as we all know, the glitch entity wouldn't stay in this storage container for very long. With a whole factory filled with animatronic characters that they could corrupt, who knows what havoc the glitch entity would cause. Any new characters that get sent through those doors could be corrupted, and then sent back to their pizzeria with the glitch's influence. If the glitch entity took over the repair center, then any and every character would be theirs to take over. Slowly but surely, they would be able to control every character in the Fazbear Entertainment franchise. But their powers and abilities weren't that powerful yet. If they wanted their glitch power to spread throughout all the animatronics, they needed a few more human bodies and souls to consume. The workers at the repair center would do fine, but before the glitch entity can take their souls, they need to slowly work up their fear. Fear is what makes a human susceptible to being absorbed into their body. So slowly but surely the glitch's plan would be put into action. But they're going to need a hand from their fellow animatronics as well. All of their Winter Wonderland slave puppets are securely locked away in the storage container. So even if the glitch entity took them over again, they wouldn't be able to free them from their container. So they would just have to wait until some new animatronic subjects would arrive. But now let's meet our playable characters we'll be looking at in this chapter. So in this chapter there will be two playable characters. First we have the repair worker, and then the night guard. Throughout the day we play as the repair worker. Their gameplay segment consists of repairing damaged animatronics and carefully replacing broken parts and trying not to get themselves gravely injured in the process. But considering there aren't any new characters to be repaired in this episode, we'll take a look at their gameplay segments in a later video. But now we come to the night guard. Some of you might ask why a repair center would even need a security guard. Well, considering that the facility is filled with thousands of expensive parts and equipment, the night guard needs to look out for anyone breaking in and trying to steal anything. But intruders aren't the only thing that they need to worry about. Just like any other pizzeria, the animatronics at the Fazbear Repair Center tend to walk around and cause trouble as well. So it's up to the night guard to stay vigilant and keep an eye out. They have a security office just like any other guard. although it isn't as fancy as all the others. It has 2 doorways, multiple monitors, a large roller door, and a control panel to work all of the functions. This security office is located in the back dock area of the repair centre. Sometimes rogue animatronics would wander down towards the office, and the security guard would do their best to fend them off. But considering all those Winter Wonderland characters had been locked up and there wasn't any new arrivals, tonight should be a pretty breezy shift. That is until the night guard finds themselves in front of the glitch entity. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. So as always, the gameplay segment is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. The player needs to be vigilant and always keep an eye on the monitors. The glitch entity wouldn't have a starting position that the player can keep an eye on. They would simply have to keep an eye on all the different security cameras and notice which ones look a little off. When the players notice slight static on one of the screens, that would mean that the glitch entity is in that room. So back in the office, the player has control of both the left and right hand door. They can also control the roller door, but it will take a longer time to shut. Power consumption once again is also a major factor in this gameplay segment. Lights use a little amount of power, doors use an average amount of power, and the roller door takes up the most power. So players need to use the roller door when it's completely necessary. So the glitch entity can approach from the right and left hand side doors. As soon as the player sees them, they would need to shut the door immediately. In some cases, the glitch entity can trick out the player and warp to the opposite door. This could leave the player open to a jump scare if they aren't quick enough. The glitch entity can also give the player a mini psychological jump scare. These are harmless, but will leave the player in a fearful and dazed state. They'll start seeing double, and their movement will be inverted. Whilst this state wears off, the player will also be open to a jump scare if they're not careful. They need to be on high alert and move quickly. If they fail to do this, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. So I think the return of the glitch entity is a great way to open this new chapter. Who knows what they've got in store for the player and all the other characters that will come through the door of the repair centre. And as to who or what the glitch entity's new minions will be, we'll have to wait and see. But until then, the glitch entity will be watching and waiting in the shadows. But now, for the next part of this chapter, we come to our next character. And the next character to come through those doors is Denver the Dragon. Denver the Dragon is definitely a unique character to say the least. For his design, he was modelled after the traditional fantasy medieval dragons. He was given multiple horns, pointy teeth, and even wings. He was one of the only few Fazbear animatronics we've seen to have wings. So Denver came from a mythical creature pizzeria that was located further upstate. He was considered to be the main character of this particular pizzeria. Not only was he a performer up on stage, but he also has a special inbuilt ability. So considering Denver is a dragon, it only made sense for him to have his own internal smoke machine. Whilst on stage, a smoke screen would rise out of his mouth. But unfortunately, one day, Denver had a terrible accident. There was a malfunction that caused him to blow way more smoke than he usually would. Through this thick cloud of smoke, hardly anyone could see. Unfortunately, a worker couldn't see what was in front of them and accidentally pushed Denver off the stage. He suffered quite a bit of damage and now has ended up at the Fazbear Repair Centre. So as the repair worker assesses Denver, they can see a number of issues. Atop Denver's head, one of his horns has snapped, and his wings have suffered some damage. There was bound to be some internal damage as well, but the repair worker wouldn't know for sure until they opened him up later in the repair process. Speaking of the repair process, let's get into our first gameplay segment of the video. So as we stated in our last video, the player will take the role of the repair worker. Their task is to repair and replace any damaged body parts of the animatronics. But this wouldn't be as easy as it sounds. As we all know, Fazbear animatronics can be quite finicky. The player will need to be extra careful and move slowly when performing these tasks. If they move too quickly and accidentally hit any of the delicate wires, then they can trigger a jump scare. The game would be over and the session would start again. So first up, the parts that need to be repaired on Denver are his torn wings and cracked horn. So the player would need to use the appropriate tools in order to fix Denver up. And the first thing on the list was his wings. The frames of the wings were perfectly fine, so they would just need to cut out and replace the material. Next up is Denver's broken horn. The player would need to carefully extract the broken horn and replace it with a brand new one. But they would need to remember to be careful not to set them off and get attacked by the animatronic's reflexes. And now it's time to check inside of Denver's inner workings. After safely removing his torso plate, he can see that his internal fog machine canisters are damaged and that's what's causing them to leak. These need to be replaced immediately. And lastly, Denver now needs to have an overall clean. A simple spray with soap and water and a bit of scrubbing should do the trick. And finally, just like that, Denver is now ready to be shipped back to his pizzeria. He will need to be processed and packaged away tomorrow. But for now, the repair worker heads home for the day. But little do they know that someone at the facility has other plans for Denver. The next day, when the repair worker returned to the factory, they couldn't believe what they saw. What on earth has happened to Denver? Who could have done something like this? All of their hard work was for nothing. Denver's body has been torn to shreds, and his head is completely changed. His mouth is filled with razor-sharp teeth, and his horns have been changed to a dark charcoal colour. His wings are even more damaged than they were before, and all of his fingers have turned into dark, sharp claws. Whoever was behind this, the repair worker was going to get to the bottom of it. But for now, they were going to have to leave this mess until tomorrow and figure out what to do next. But now, as night falls on the Fazbear Repair Center, it's time for the night guard to start their shift and keep an eye out for any strange behaviour. They've been instructed to keep an eye out for any intruders that may vandalise any of the animatronics. So, as the night guard prepares for their shift, the new and improved Denver waits in the shadows. Now that he was under the control of the glitch entity, they would use them to strike fear into the night guard. Because the more fear a human has, the easier their body and soul would be to consume. And now it was Denver's turn to hunt down the night guard. So now let's get into the final gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Denver's starting position would always be in the repair room. He would make his move at around 1 or 2 AM. Denver had the ability to appear from both the right and left hand doors and also the large roller door at the end of the office. When the player sees Denver, they would need to shut the door immediately. Seeing that Denver's internal smoke machine is in perfect working order, he would utilise it and try to break into the office. When the player sees the smoke filling up all the doors, they need to be on high alert. Behind one of the doorways, Denver would be hiding behind the smoke. The player would need to find out which one he's hiding behind in order to close the correct door. They would need to look out for Denver's glowing eyes through the smoke. But if they close the incorrect door, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. And the newly delivered character is Ralph the Rat. Ralph is a friendly rodent character from a pizzeria based in New York City. His pizzeria is called the Rat Pack Pizzeria. The pizzeria's whole animatronic cast consisted of only rats. Each rat is a different shape, size, and colour. Out of all the rats, Ralph was the main character. The Rat Pack Pizzeria has had quite a shady past, to say the least. The place is shrouded in rumours and urban legends. Apparently there was a case where a rogue animatronic attacked a bunch of people. Most were badly injured, and one person sadly died. But it was never really made public, nor was it even proven to have happened. Fazbear Entertainment keeps hush-hush about this location, and a lot of the workers are encouraged not to talk about it. So Ralph was up for some minor repairs, nothing too serious. He needs his hands replaced, his loose eyeball fitted back into his socket, and his chipped tooth to be replaced. All of that was perfectly fine. The only thing the repair worker found strange was the note that came with Ralph when he was delivered. The crate that he came in was larger than most. When the workers opened it up, there was a note that was pinned to Ralph's body. It read, "Enclosed are 2 rat animatronics. Rat 1, colour grey. Rat 2, colour brown. Grey Rat is scheduled for standard repair and maintenance. Once fully repaired, Grey Rat is to be repackaged and sent back to Pizzeria of Origin. Brown Rat has been deemed irreparable. Brown Rat must be taken apart immediately. All loose parts must be destroyed. Highest priority. Do not leave Brown Rat unattended. Do not operate on Brown Rat alone. Must work in pairs. One worker for observation, the other for dismantling. Please do not waste time. And do not underestimate the Brown Rat." The repair worker found this note to be quite strange. They've never gotten a note like this before. But the strangest thing of all is that there was only one rat in the crate. The only rat that arrived was Ralph. There didn't seem to be any other characters in the truck. The worker just assumed that the other rat would arrive the next day. So they didn't worry about it. Although they'd never had a case where the pizzeria wanted one of its characters destroyed. What was that about? Normally they would just salvage perfectly good parts. But they were instructed to destroy it, so that's what they'll do when it eventually arrives. But for now, it's time to get working on Ralph. So the first thing that needs to be taken care of is his hands. Next up is Ralph's loose dangling eyeball. And lastly, it was time to replace Ralph's chipped tooth. That was strange. The power must have cut out. Oh well, time to replace that tooth. Finally, the repair worker was done for the day. All they have to do is clean him tomorrow and he'll be all ready to get shipped. It is strange though. That other rat never arrived. They should have been delivered by now. Even though it hasn't arrived yet, they still felt like something had been watching them from the shadows. Like it was already here. But that's crazy. They saw with their own eyes there was only one rat. Regardless, they couldn't shake this strange feeling. So before they left work, they thought they would have a chat to the delivery driver, just to see if they've seen anything arrive or seen anything out of the ordinary. The delivery driver mentioned nothing about a second rat arriving, nor have they seen anything strange going on. But for good measure, the repair worker asked them to check on the original packaging crate that Ralph came in. The delivery driver agreed that they would check it at the end of their shift. So at around 9 PM, the driver was finishing up for the night. This was the time of night when no one else was around. All the repair workers have left by now, and the security guard would normally arrive around 11:30. So they eventually checked out the crate. There was nothing but a whole bunch of packing peanuts. So they scooped out all the peanuts and found the strangest thing. There was a hole in the back of the crate. How did no one notice this? It's almost like something chewed straight through the box. What on earth could have done this? Regardless, they would report it to the repair worker first thing in the morning. As they turn around and walk the other way, they get... The next day, the repair worker returns to finish their work on Ralph. As they're doing their cleaning, they find something quite odd. On their body, tucked away, was a small tag. It read, Randall. Randall? Wait, so this character isn't Ralph? Then who's Ralph? Where were they? Enough was enough. Something strange was going on here. They've had this strange feeling ever since Randall/Ralph had arrived. The repair worker was going to call the Rat Pack Pizzeria and find out what on earth was going on. As they walk towards the door, out of nowhere, the real Ralph jumps out and attacks them. The repair worker gets out of the way just in time and quickly hides in one of the lockers. They look out through the locker vents and try to get a better look at this horrible creature that just attacked them. As they do, they finally get a look at this monstrosity. How on earth did they sneak in here? They must have arrived in the same crate, but somehow they snuck around all the workers. That note wasn't kidding. This thing needed to be destroyed immediately, and they realised why this thing couldn't be left alone. All of a sudden, the repair worker hears a strange sound. Ralph has bent the metal on the locker and locked the worker inside. Ralph will be back for them once they've taken care of the night guard. So for hours on end, the worker was stuck inside the locker. Midnight finally rolled around and the night guard was about to start their shift. But little did they know that Ralph would be waiting just around the corner. He had an appetite that couldn't be stopped. Devouring the delivery driver wasn't enough. He hungered for more. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Ralph's starting point would be in the lunchroom. He could move at any time throughout the night. The player would need to be extra careful when it came to Ralph. He would always approach from the right hand door and also the roller door. When the player sees him, they would need to shut the door immediately. Sometimes it wouldn't be Ralph that was at the door. Instead, it would be Randall who was wandering around. For the most part, Randall was considered to be harmless. He was just curious and wanted to roam around. The player still couldn't let him inside the office, as he would get too close and block the player's view. As the night goes on, Ralph would get faster and faster. And his patience would start to get thinner and thinner. As the hours roll by, the night guard fends off all of Ralph's attempts to enter the security office. Eventually, before they know it, 6 AM rolls around and the night would be over. There doesn't seem to be any sign of Ralph anymore, so hopefully it was safe to exit the building and return home. As they walk down the corridor, they can almost see the exit. Just a little further and they would be free. What just happened? As the night guard looks over, it was the repair worker. They finally found a way out of that locker and saved their life just in the nick of time. The screwdriver that was embedded in Ralph's robotic skull could only hold them over for a little while. Who knows when this thing would get up and start walking again? The repair worker needed to end this tonight. As per the note's instructions, they needed to be destroyed. The night guard and the repair worker took Ralph over to the shredder in the back dock. This machine was used for destroying broken parts and outdated endoskeleton pieces, but shredding Ralph's entire body shouldn't be an issue. They lowered Ralph's body into the shredder as they both said goodbye to this deranged animatronic once and for all. Hopefully this would be the end of the horrible nightmare that was happening at the Fazbear Repair Center, but little did they know, it was just the beginning. And this new character is Boris the Baboon. Boris is designed after the wild safari animal, the baboon. Keen-eyed viewers will notice that Boris actually has the face of a mandrill. but the pizzeria decided just to mix the two together since no one would really notice. So, as it was stated just before, Boris was from a safari pizzeria halfway across the country. This pizzeria is commonly mistaken with the classic jungle pizzeria, but they are two completely different franchises. Some of the characters might be similar, but they are very different nonetheless. So Boris was considered to be one of the secondary characters at the pizzeria. He wasn't a main stage performer, but instead he was another entertainer of a different kind. He has his own sectioned off area just like the familiar fox we all know. So Boris has been sent in for some minor repairs to their arm. He needs the material replaced and a general cleaning. That should be easy enough to do. And hopefully our repair worker will have an easy shift as well. Well, they could only hope. So as they get Boris into the repair room, they get ready to do the repairs. The only thing is, Boris is a little bit jumpier than most animatronics they've worked on. Whilst the player is repairing his arm, they need to be extra careful and work slowly. If they move too quickly, Boris will stand up. The next move after he stands up will be a jump scare. So in order to set Boris back into his crouching position, the player needs to shock them with the inbuilt electro rod that hangs from the ceiling. But the player can only shock Boris 3 times. Any more than that and they'll do permanent damage to Boris's internals. So the only option is to go slow and steady. After all the material has been replaced, Boris now just needs a clean. And just like that, he was all ready to get shipped back to his own pizzeria. But after the strange instances that have been happening over the last few days, the repair worker didn't want to take any chances. They decided to box Boris up and have them ready to go for tomorrow. If he was secured inside his wooden crate, then nothing weird could happen to him, right? Well, at least the repair worker thought so. So, after he was secured away in the loading dock, the repair worker left for the day and hoped nothing bizarre would happen to Boris. But little did they know, someone else had a different plan for him. The glitch entity waited for the perfect time to strike, and they did as such. How dare that foolish repair worker think that this feeble wooden box would be enough to stop them? Nothing would stop them from achieving their ultimate goal. Nothing can hide from their influence. The next day, the repair worker was shocked to see that the crate has been burst right open. Where was Boris? They were nowhere to be seen. All the worker thought to themselves was how much trouble they would be in if they didn't find him soon. Who knows where he was, and what's worse, who knows what he looks like now. While searching for Boris, the repair worker also couldn't get one thing off their mind. Alongside Boris, someone else was missing as well. Where was the delivery driver? They haven't shown up for work yet. And the last thing the repair worker remembers doing is telling them to check out the weird crate those rats came in. Ever since then, they haven't seen them again. Hopefully nothing bad has happened to them. So after a whole day of searching, they came up empty-handed. Their shift was almost over and they needed to go home. The least they could do is let the night guard know before they start their shift and tell them to keep an eye out for Boris. Surely they would turn up at night. All the characters eventually do. So with that, it was up to the night guard to keep an eye out and stay vigilant. But who knows when Boris would strike next? That was solely up to him and when he wanted to make the most of his frightening new form. So now let's get into the final gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Boris's starting position would be inside the back dock, but the player would never have a clear view of him. They would have to focus and look out for his shadow on the ground. Boris can approach the security office at any time he wishes. When the player no longer sees the shadow on the ground, that's when they would know he would be making his move. Boris would only approach from the left-hand side door. When the player sees him, they would need to shut the door immediately. As the night goes on, Boris would get faster and faster. If the player isn't careful, he can well and truly get the jump on them. One thing the player would definitely have to look out for is when Boris goes into his primate rage state. This is a state where his eyes would glow bright red, and he would be quite difficult to deal with. He would appear multiple times in one appearance and keep faking out the player to if they were really gone or not. Some of these instances can last quite a while. It just depends if the player is lucky enough to get past without Boris bothering them too much. If they slip up and let him into the office, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. So the next character we're introducing is Billy the Bat. Hence the name, Billy was designed after the flying nocturnal animal, the bat. He was given a dark grey colour scheme with unique looking arms and bat wings. It was never made clear exactly what species of bat he was specifically, but the fans were always divided on whether Billy was a vampire bat or not. In the end, Billy's Pizzeria never gave the fans an answer. Speaking of his pizzeria, Billy came from a cave-themed pizzeria in the Snowy Mountain region of the country. The pizzeria was designed to look like a magical mountain cave, with a number of different characters to fit the theme as well, and one of the most popular characters was Billy. Billy performed up on stage with the rest of the band. His role was that of the backup singer. The pizzeria had a special hoist pulley system that would hang Billy upside down just like a real bat, and whilst he was in this position, he would sing for all the guests. But on one unfortunate day, the pulley system broke and Billy took a nasty fall. For the most part, Billy was okay. Externally, he didn't get banged up too bad. What really took the most damage was his internal hardware. So he needed to be sent away to the repair centre to get fixed up and to get back to his normal self. The only thing is, Billy hasn't been repaired or maintained ever before. Ever since the pizzeria got him, they've never had any issues with him. They know that he was an older model, but that was it. But little did the repair workers know what dangers lie deep inside Billy's robotic body. That's because Billy was built for a different purpose. He didn't even realise what he was capable of yet, but all it would take is a sinister presence to unlock what lies within. So when it came time to repair Billy, the workers couldn't get to him straight away. Unfortunately, they had other repair jobs in front of him. So Billy would have to wait in the holding room until the next day. But Billy, being unguarded overnight, would be plenty of time for the glitch entity to get to work corrupting his body and unlocking what lies within. So the next day rolls around and it's finally time for Billy to receive his repairs. And what the repair worker sees is shocking to say the least. They can't believe it's happened again. Someone has broken in and torn poor Billy's body all apart. His leg material was all shredded and his wings were ripped as well. The repair worker starts to think to themselves if this lazy night guard is even doing their job. They're probably slacking off while some crazy person has broken in and vandalised poor Billy. Regardless, they need to get their work done, so there's no point in complaining. The first thing they need to do is run an internal diagnostic and see what's wrong with Billy's electronics. There's always a port in the back of the animatronics. They just need to find it and plug in. Ah, there it is. That's strange. This sticker is peeling off. They normally don't use stickers. They usually stamp the manufacturer's logo instead. The worker peels off the sticker to reveal something else. It reads, Afton Robotics. Wow, this thing is really old. They didn't come across many models this old anymore, especially with all the horrible rumours surrounding Mr. Afton and what went down at the original pizzeria. Regardless, they plugged it in and ran the test. All seemed to be running fine until they heard a click. That's strange. Billy's faceplate is opened up. They didn't know it could do that. As the repair worker goes to shut the faceplate, something truly horrifying happens right in front of their eyes. Billy's chest cavity opens up and all of a sudden 4 deadly blades burst out. They narrowly miss the repair worker as they take cover and hide behind a desk. Terrified, they stare at this deranged looking animatronic. What was this thing? This wasn't designed to entertain children, it was designed to murder them. The rumours were true. The worker has heard of another animatronic just like this, an animatronic that was rigged to be a deadly trap. It was at another location. It was a clown character they remembered, circus something. They never thought these twisted creations actually existed. They needed to quickly warn the other workers and more importantly the night guard. As they rush towards the door, they suddenly see a flash of light. What just happened? Were they teleported to the underground basement? Regardless of how they got here, they need to find a way out of here. They need to warn all the others. But without any keys, getting out of here would be quite difficult. The glitch entity couldn't have that pesky worker warning everyone else about Billy. It took a lot out of them to teleport the worker, and they needed to retreat and recover. But they can leave it up to Billy to do the rest. They were counting on him to do what he was designed to do. His creator would be more than happy to see that Billy was finally being put to use. And their first victim would be the night guard. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Billy's starting position would always be in the repair room. But he wouldn't always make himself very visible to the player. The player needs to keep an eye out for Billy, especially around the ceiling. Billy would tend to hang from the ceiling just like a typical bat would. When it comes to the office, Billy would be able to approach from the right-hand door and the roller door. As soon as the player sees Billy, they would need to shut the door immediately. But the player still needs to be careful. Sometimes Billy can still be there, but he's just hanging from the ceiling. Whenever the player sees Billy with his deadly blades retracted, they would need to be on high alert. Billy can use these blades to enter the office. He would be able to attack the doors and damage them. The doors would be rendered useless for a short while until they kick back in and operate correctly once more. The player would need to do their best to keep on top of Billy's advancements towards the office, because if they slip up and let him inside, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. So the new characters we're introducing are the Possum Party. The Possum Party are a group of 3 brightly coloured possums. There's Pinky, Blue, and Violet. And all 3 of them make up the Possum Party. So, funny enough, this trio of animatronics actually comes from the same pizzeria as Billy. The Possum Party was a part of all the nocturnal animals that occupied that pizzeria. They were a funny cast of characters that would bring presents to party guests and also hand out candy throughout the day. But they also had a role up on stage as well. The endoskeleton design of the Possum Party was quite flexible and nimble. They were able to do a number of different acrobatic moves while up on stage. The most impressive move they could do is hang upside down with their tails. This always entertained the guests the most. And it also leads itself to the actual animal, the possum, as well, considering that they are known to hang from their tails out in the wild. The Possum Party were always considered to be well-behaved animatronics, but their curiosity would always land them in a world of trouble. And this time, they've gone too far. The night guard who works at the pizzeria has claimed that the Possum Party has tried to attack them. But no one believed them. The Possum Party were completely harmless. Well, that's what the manager thought. But regardless, the Possum Party's latest stunt has landed them at the repair centre. They were in need of major repairs, but the repair worker was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where they were. Unknown to all the others, the repair worker was teleported to the underground storage facility by the glitch entity. They've been trapped there ever since, and the entrance leading to the stairs was locked and they didn't have their keys. So if the repair worker was ever going to get out of here, they would need someone to come downstairs. So considering there was no one available to repair the possum party, Pinky, Blue and Violet would bring the party to them. They snuck towards the underground storage area where the repair worker was trapped. They located the entrance and made their way downstairs. The repair worker hears the door open up. Finally, they were free. They just need to make their way upstairs and get out of here. But they also realised something was down here with them. They grabbed their flashlight and made their way to the stairs. The only thing between them and the exit is the possums. So now we come to our first gameplay segment of the video. The player needs to navigate their way through the underground area, being careful to avoid the possums. Since this area is quite dark, the player needs to use their flashlight to navigate through this area. But whenever they see the troublesome little possums, they need to use the brightest setting on the flashlight in order to stun them. Their little eyes can't handle the intense light. But the player also needs to be careful not to waste the battery. As they get closer and closer to the exit, the possum party would get faster and faster. If the player isn't quick enough to blind them with the flashlight, it would be an instant jump scare. Finally, they reach the stairs. They quickly make their exit to go warn the night guard of what's to come. But unfortunately, they forgot to lock the door, leaving the possum party to wreak havoc on all the other unsuspecting workers. The possums loved it here at the repair centre. They didn't want to leave. Finally, they had a home where they could act as mischievous and evil as they wanted. There was no more children that they needed to impress and make smile. Just unsuspecting workers that they could terrorise as much as they wanted. Finally, they were able to be themselves. And they were excited to terrorise one more worker that they hadn't before. The night guard. They wondered if this night guard was going to be as fun as their other guard back at the pizzeria. There was only one way to find out. They had to put them to the test. Hopefully they would last longer than the other night guard that they used to play with. Meanwhile, later that night, the repair worker managed to warn the night guard. They handed them the flashlight and told them about the possum's sensitivity to bright lights. Hopefully this would help them survive the night. Speaking of the night, let's get into the final gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So, the starting position of the possum party would always be in the break room. They wouldn't always move as a group. Sometimes Pinky wouldn't be there, sometimes Blue, or Violet would be missing as well. Basically, the absence of one of the characters meant they were on their way to the security office. So, the possums can enter from all three doors at the security office. The player can easily close the doors on them, but if each door is occupied, the player can use the flashlight instead to save on electricity. But the doors weren't the only way in which the possums would make their entry. On the ceiling above the player's desk was a loose panel. This is where Violet would try to make her entry and hang from the ceiling. The player would need to use the flashlight and try to stun her and send her back up. But they couldn't use the flashlight so quickly. They needed to wait until Violet's eyes were visible. Then they could blind her and she'd retreat. The player would need to stay on top of all the possum's efforts to enter the security office. If the player gets overwhelmed and can't keep up, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. And this character was quite the special one. So the next character we're introducing is Santa Freddy. Santa Freddy is designed after the famous bear himself, Freddy Fazbear. In fact, all of his animatronic friends back at his pizzeria were based on the original cast. There was a Bonnie, a Chica, and a Foxy as well. But the difference was they were all Christmas themed. Now of course, these weren't the original animatronics. These were just lookalikes for a specialty Christmas pizzeria. Although the workers have said they tend to have the same mannerisms as the original cast. So this pizzeria is called the Christmas Kingdom Pizzeria. So this was a specialty pizzeria that was only open from November to the end of December. It was completely Christmas themed, with all the Fazbear gang dressed up in Christmas attire. And out of all these characters, the most popular of course was Santa Freddy. All the guests loved Santa Freddy. They would even take photos of all the children as they sat on his lap and told Santa Freddy what they wanted for Christmas. But as of late, Santa Freddy has been looking worse for wear. His fabric skin was all worn and dirty, and his mouth would stay in the open position, leaving a creepy look on his face. The children were starting to fear Santa Freddy, and some of the younger children would cry and refuse to sit on his lap. So the time had come to send Santa Freddy to the repair center to get freshened up and restored to his original jolly self. So on that day, the repair worker found Santa Freddy's delivery crate in the back dock. Another animatronic sent in for repair? They didn't even know this was coming in today. How are these even arriving at the repair center? They haven't seen the delivery driver in days. It's almost like they disappeared into thin air. And it was almost like these animatronics were just appearing out of nowhere. But despite all the crazy things that were happening at the repair center, they still had a job to do. So they hauled Santa Freddy into the repair room and got ready to get to work. The first thing that needed to be done was to replace those eyes. They looked a little faded in colour and could use a replacement. So the player needs to carefully remove Santa Freddy's eyes. Okay, so now that's done, it's time to fix that jaw mechanism. The pizzeria complained about the jaw being stuck in the open position, so all that needed to be done was to adjust the mechanism in the back. But just as the repair worker does this... the power must have shut down. Not to worry, it should be back up in no time. What on earth happened? Where did he go? He was just here and now he's gone. The repair worker had finally had enough. They didn't even care anymore. Too many strange and bizarre things were happening in this place and they didn't want a part of it anymore. They know that if they go and try and find him, they'll just endanger themselves even more. Especially after they were trapped underground with the possum party. They didn't want to get into any more danger, so they packed up all their things and went home for the day. As they made their way through the back, something unexpected happens. All of a sudden, the delivery truck comes sliding out of nowhere. It's been completely flipped over and it's now blocking the exit. What could have done this? Immediately after, that question is answered. What has happened to Santa Freddy? Why did they look like this monstrous beast? They didn't have time to find out why, as the Nightmare Santa starts moving towards them. The repair worker quickly runs down the hallway to get away from this abomination of an animatronic. They quickly lock themselves inside the break room and try to hide. They should be safe here, or so they thought. Nightmare Santa comes crashing through the doorway of the lunchroom. The repair worker hides as they see this monstrosity search for them. If they just stay quiet and still for long enough, surely Nightmare Santa Freddy would move on. After a little while, that's exactly what he did. He grew tired of searching for the repair worker and decided to move on to the night guard instead. Finally, the repair worker was safe for now. But the night guard was definitely about to be in danger once again. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So, Nightmare Santa Freddy wouldn't have a starting position on the cameras. He would always be waiting in and around the security office. The only way the player would be able to know if Santa Freddy is nearby is by listening out for his Christmas theme. This would alert the player that he's close by and is about to enter through any of the doors. Once the player sees him, they would need to close the door immediately. But sometimes if the player isn't quick enough to close the door, Santa Freddy can use his immense strength to hold the door open. The player needs to repeatedly open and shut the door to slam down on his hands. Eventually Santa Freddy will let go and the player can close the door. Sometimes Santa Freddy will approach the door but not play his Christmas theme. Sometimes he'll just be waiting in the darkness. The player would know when he's about to strike when they see his glowing red eyes. On some rare occasions, also when the player sees the nightmarish Santa Freddy in the doorway with no eyes, they wouldn't need to panic, but they would soon realise that this wouldn't be an attempt to enter the office. Santa Freddy would just be staring at the player and then disappear. But most players wouldn't realise this and close the door anyways, essentially wasting the power. But the player would need to keep up with all these attempts to enter the office, because if they don't, they'll get greeted by a classic FNAF jump scare. So it's been quite a while since we've visited the Fazbear Repair Centre. Much has changed since you've all been gone. The Repair Centre has finally been taken over by the Glitch Entity. They've seized control of all the animatronics and completely locked down the facility. All the exits have been sealed shut and no one is allowed in or out. This means that our two main protagonists have been trapped inside the facility for quite some time. The repair worker and the night guard have been trapped for multiple days now. So far, they haven't been able to escape. They are currently held up in the security office. They've managed to survive on all the drinks and food from the vending machines in the break room. As for keeping all the animatronics out of the security office, the night guard has managed to override the doors to buy them some time. But they both need to take shifts when the doors reactivate. This is due to the Glitch Entity taking over the control center of the facility. They control almost everything and almost every character. Out of all the characters at the facility, there was one who seemed a little different. And that character was Randall the Rat. For some reason, they were able to resist the Glitch's influence. They seemed to have a mind of their own. The repair worker has been observing them through the security camera, and he pretty much just wanders around the facility. This gave the worker an idea. Maybe they could use Randall to take control of the repair center once again. If they could only capture them and work on them in the repair room, they might gain control of Randall. Then they could overthrow this horrible creature that was keeping them prisoner. So the repair worker decides to make a break for the repair room. But they'll need the help of the night guard. On the way to the repair room is a long corridor. And all throughout the corridor are the characters that are under the Glitch's control. All these models are sensitive to bright flashes of light. When exposed to a sudden flash, they can get overloaded and stunned for a little while. So it's the night guard's job to control the lights while the repair worker makes a break for it. So in this gameplay segment, the player will take control of the night guard, so they need to pay attention to the security cameras, and watch out for any of the characters that could sneak up on the repair worker. When they spot a character, they need to overload the lights above to cause them to make a bright flash. This will stun them and give the repair worker some time to move. This surge of sudden electricity shouldn't be enough to alert the Glitch. They're currently tapped into the power grid, but they won't think anything of it. So once the night guard has given the worker a clear path, they find themselves in the back dock. There's one thing they need to get before they go to the repair room. They open up the shredding machine that they use to dispose of the evil rat character, Ralph. They check the contents of the shredder and sure enough, there it is. The inhibitor chip. With this, they'll be able to take control of Randall, and they can use him to take on the Glitch Entity. So they make their way back to the repair room and craft a new device called the inhibitor. With this, they'll be able to take control of any animatronic that wasn't under the Glitch's influence. The Glitch's hold on them was far too strong to override. But with Randall, they have a fighting chance. And as luck would have it, Randall was already in the repair room. So the worker tests out the inhibitor to see if they can gain control of him. And sure enough, it works. They then instruct them to destroy the Glitch Entity. The Glitch won't see this coming. The last thing they would expect is a fellow animatronic attacking them. Hopefully this would be enough to stop their control of the facility and finally set the worker and guard free. The worker returns to the security office as they both watch Randall approach the control room. This was it. This was their only chance to gain control of the facility once again. Randall makes his way into the control room and seems unnoticed by the Glitch Entity. They were far too busy concentrating on tapping into the mainframe and hacking into every Fazbear establishment all over the country. Soon enough, every Fazbear pizzeria would be under their influence and control. But not if Randall has anything to say about it. They sneak up behind them and stab their sharp claws right through the Glitch's chest. The Glitch Entity awakes and immediately counterattacks. One of their tendrils stabs straight into Randall's head. The tendril overrides Randall and quickly corrupts them. Sadly, the workers have now lost their only robotic ally. Randall was now another one of the glitch entity's disturbing creatures. The glitch entity immobilizes all their animatronic puppets and stations them outside of the control room. There was no way the workers were ever going to take back the control room now. That's it, they were doomed. There was no other option for them. The glitch entity would take full control, and when they were done with their nefarious task, they would eventually come after the workers and finish them off. As they both stood there in despair, they tried to think of a way out of this. How on earth are they going to take on the glitch's small army? They were totally outnumbered. As the two workers finally accepted defeat, the repair worker had an idea. They weren't too sure if it would work, but it was their only option. They quickly rush out of the security office and make their way to the animatronic storage area. There were still some characters that the glitch entity hasn't taken control of yet. In fact, they probably forgot all about them. The worker opens the container and activates the inhibitor. Here goes nothing. And suddenly, all of their eyes light up. Finally, it was time for the glitch entity to meet their old friends once again. The Winter Wonderland crew are given their directive to make their way to the control office and destroy the glitch entity once and for all. But the only thing standing between them and the glitch entity is their newly controlled servants. The only way they were getting to the glitch entity was through them. So, that's exactly what happened. So, after all was said and done, the remaining characters stood victorious. Moments after the deadly battle was done, the glitch entity arrived. In one foul swoop, they destroyed all who remained. Multiple tendrils manifested out of nowhere and destroyed each and every one of them. The glitch entity has had enough, and this ends now. They glitched over to the repair worker in the storage area. They returned the favour and stabbed their deadly sharp claws straight through them. The worker drops to the ground as the glitch entity makes their way to the night guard. Laying there defeated, the repair worker has run out of options. There was nothing that they could do, and now the night guard was going to suffer the same fate as them. As they lay there in searing pain, one last fleeting thought enters their mind. What if? What if they used him? Would he even be functional anymore? They received this character a long time ago. Even before the repair worker started this job, they had nothing to lose. If they were going to protect the night guard, they would need to unleash him now. They crawl over to the container and open it. They activate the inhibitor and wait to see what happens. Standing in front of the night guard was the glitch entity. They stood over them as they get ready to deliver the final blow. The glitch entity won't have their plans foiled by a bunch of lowly Fazbear employees. The fact that they thought they could even take on the likes of the glitch entity is pathetic indeed. The glitch entity will enjoy this very much, and when the night guard is finally no more, then Fazbear Entertainment will be under their control. Every single pizzeria will be filled with the glitch's influence, and they can do as they please. No worker or child will be safe from their tyranny. As they go to attack, they hear a sound. It sounded like large, heavy footsteps approaching them. Then, all of a sudden, Lester the Lizard has taken a large bite out of the glitch's head. As their jaws latch on and get tighter and tighter, Lester rips the glitch's head clean off. Lester crushes their head in their powerful jaws. Now that the glitch entity's mask has been destroyed once and for all, they were now simply nothing. The body that stands there is just a hunk of metal and parts. The lifeless animatronic body falls to the ground in a large thud. Finally, it was over. The glitch entity was no more. The night guard walks past Lester as they stand there and continue to chew on his defeated enemy. The guard helps up the repair worker from the storage area, and together they walk out of the repair center. Finally, this chapter in Fazbear Entertainment's dark history has come to a close. So, it's been a while since we've looked into the dark and twisted history of Fazbear Entertainment. We've recounted on many unfortunate tales from all the pizzeria establishments in the past. There's even been some unexplained phenomena that no one could explain. But now, with a great evil entity defeated, it's time to explore yet another Fazbear pizzeria. So, this pizzeria was quite different to all the others that we've seen in the past. This was a much more modern establishment with a modern theme. Like we've seen in the past, Fazbear Entertainment is no stranger to collaborating with other companies to make a custom pizzeria. And this company in particular is quite popular. But above all, what was even more popular was the company's personalities. So the next restaurant that we're looking into is the YouTuber Pizzeria. So, hence the name, this pizzeria was sponsored and themed around YouTube and all its awesome creators on the platform. More specifically, the content creators that loved everything about the Freddy Fazbear brand. Like we stated, this establishment is by far one of the most modern and state-of-the-art pizzerias to date. It has everything to keep all the guests entertained, including party rooms, arcades, children's play areas, and many more YouTube-themed attractions that we'll go into at another time. But by far the most important area of all was the main stage. This is where all the animatronic characters of the pizzeria would perform. And speaking of animatronics, let's meet our first character. So the first character that we're introducing is Barkaplier. I'm sure some of you would already know immediately, but this character is based off the popular YouTuber Markiplier. The most noticeable resemblance is Mark's famous red hair and glasses. Barkaplier was given a grey-blue colour scheme with black and red accents. The actual animatronic is made to look like a friendly dog character, hence why he's called Barkaplier. So, during the design process, the real-life Markiplier overlooked how Barkaplier's final design was going. He also visited the YouTube pizzeria to sign autographs and take a few photos with the animatronic version of himself. But although Barkaplier looked like Mark, the animatronic itself didn't act like or imitate Markiplier entirely. He was purely a lookalike but would act on his own accord. So Barkaplay's role up on stage was that of the lead singer. He would sing all the main vocals in the YouTuber band. His other animatronic friends would stand on either side of him and play their instruments. The crowd went wild whenever the band performed, but viewers didn't have to attend in person to see the show. This being the YouTuber Pizzeria, sometimes the show was broadcasted live on the official YouTuber Pizzeria channel. Millions of online viewers would tune in each day to see the show, but that wasn't the only thing that would go up on the YouTuber Pizzeria channel. This now leads us to Barkaplay's main location. So Barkaplaya would spend most of his time in the Let's Play arcade. On the surface, this looked just like an average arcade, but there was one special gimmick about this Let's Play arcade. Every single arcade machine has its own camera built inside, so everyone who plays the games has a chance to have their Let's Play featured on the official channel. The pizzeria would film multiple different guests playing different games, and make and upload a big compilation video at the end of every day. So kids would rush home and see if they were featured on the multi-million subbed channel. So Barkaplaya spends most of his day in the arcade greeting guests and helping them with their mini Let's Plays. But when the day is done, he then returns to the repair service room for routine maintenance and cleaning. You'd be surprised how dirty these animatronics get when they've had soda spilled all over them and they've been covered with spicy Taki powder fingerprints. But after his cleaning was all done, he would be set into free roam mode until the next day. As always, this was to ensure that the animatronics' joints don't seize up. Throughout the night, he would wander around the pizzeria. Barkaplaya enjoyed staring at all the bright neon lights. For the most part, he wasn't the most curious character at the pizzeria, but after his unfortunate incident, that all changed. One night after Barkaplaya was done with his routine maintenance, something strange caught his eye. It was a purple flashing light. The light was coming from the main online data console. The data console was a vital element of the YouTuber Pizzeria. This console contained every single piece of information in all of Fazbear Entertainment's history. It was necessary to link up with all the company's information in order to get the whole facility online and connected to YouTube. It was promised that none of the company's secret documents would ever be hacked or leaked to the public, but sometimes promises can be broken. So Barkaplaya was being pulled in by this purple flashing light. He's never seen anything like it before. It was almost like it was speaking to him, almost like it was drawing him in. So Barkaplaya reaches out and touches the purple light. The next thing he knows, he receives a violent shock. He quickly pulls away from the data console. The purple light isn't flashing anymore. For the most part, Barkaplaya seems okay, but little did he know that every single piece of Fazbear information had been transferred directly into Barkaplaya's head. In a sudden flash, Barkaplaya is aware of every single little thing that has happened at Fazbear Entertainment. Every character, location, incident, the old camera footage, it was all being played inside of his head. It was all happening so quickly. Everything was rapidly being absorbed inside of Barkaplaya's head. After it was all done, his circuits were almost fried. But now, Barkaplaya knew and was aware of everything. It was enough to drive him mad. But that's not what drove him over the edge. There was one piece of information that wasn't there. And that was, who did the bite of 87? Out of everything that Barkaplaya had just learned, this is the only thing that he didn't know. He was plagued with the question of who did the bite of 87. Not knowing drove him mad, and he would do anything to find out. As time went on, Barkaplaya looked worse for wear. He had even ripped off his outer shell of his arm, in hopes that the answer to the secret was underneath it. He just had to know who it was. Time after time, he would ask himself, was that the bite of 87? But deep down, he knew it wasn't. It got to the point where Barkaplaya started suspecting that the staff members knew something he didn't. There was one person in particular that he thought knew the answer to this secret, and that was the Night Guard. Surely they had the answers inside of their head. Well, Barkaplaya thought it would be best to pay them a visit and break open that head of theirs and find the answers inside. He would sneak up to the security office and wait for the perfect time to strike, and then the burning question of the bite of 87 would finally be answered. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So the player needs to keep an eye on the cameras to see where Barkapplier is at all times. They would also need to keep an eye on both doors and also watch out for the reserved power. Out of all the characters, Barkapplier would be the most elusive. Sometimes the player wouldn't even be able to tell if he was there or not. Barkapplier would make his way up to the office at around 2 AM. As soon as the player sees him, they would need to close the door immediately. But this time, things would be a little different, so the player's view would be solely on the console, and then they would need to look over to the doors separately. This would make it easier for the characters to sneak up on the player, and if they can't see them on the cameras, then the next best guess would be that they are at the doors. So, whilst keeping an eye out, Barkapplier would make multiple attempts to get in. Most times, he would just appear, and other times, he would just be barely visible. It was almost like he was cloaked. On the rare occasion, he would still be there after the door had closed, but the player would just have to wait until he was gone. The player would need to do their best to keep on top of Barkaplier's advancements towards the office, because if they slip up and let him inside, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. So the next character we're introducing is Rat-Pat. Rat-Pat is a rat/mouse character that is based on the famous YouTuber MatPat from Game Theory. His colour scheme is designed after the colours of the Game Theory channel. The reason Rat-Pat is a rat/mouse character is purely because rat rhymes with Matt. Speaking of Matt, the real-life MatPat had a hand in designing his animatronic counterpart, and when it came time to reveal the new character, he was there to unveil it to everyone. The Rat-Pat animatronic was an instant success with all the guests. They could sit around and listen for hours to all the facts and theories that he had to say. Seeing that Rat-Pat was a very knowledgeable character, it only seemed fair that the pizzeria would put him in charge of the Fazbear Hall of History. This was an area that guests could visit that highlighted all the key milestones in Fazbear Entertainment's history. Of course, none of the dark and shady parts of their history were mentioned, just the basic facts about the establishment as a whole. And all of the information and facts were written and documented by none other than the Freddy Fazbear expert himself, MatPat. So all of Matt's knowledge and info was transferred into Rat-Pat. This way Rat-Pat can speak to all the guests and spit out random facts and theories. But that's not where Rat-Pat's knowledge ends. Rat-Pat also has the ability to learn new information and facts. This ability led Rat-Pat to always want to learn new information. Any chance he got, he would always be researching Fazbear Entertainment and all of its history. Sooner or later, Rat-Pat's extensive knowledge will one day surpass even MatPat's. So, Rat-Pat's role up on stage was that of the bass player. He would play up on stage right next to Barkapplier. The YouTuber band was a great success. Day after day, the pizzeria would fill up the seats with adoring fans. And the concert live streams would receive many views. But not everyone was able to view the concert in person. With the YouTuber pizzeria being the most popular and successful establishment to date, getting in wasn't cheap. Guests needed to purchase tickets to enter the pizzeria and additional tickets to see the show. So unfortunately, due to the high prices, that means that there were some underprivileged children that never got to see the YouTuber pizzeria. That was until the establishment decided to host an online raffle for one lucky person to visit the pizzeria free of charge. But not only was this a free visit, it was also a very special meet and greet with all of the YouTubers and their respected animatronics. The pizzeria was holding a special event that was in a week's time. Many people entered this raffle, but only one would win. And the winner of this raffle was a boy named Ricky. Ricky was so excited that he would get to meet all of his favourite YouTube stars. He was also excited to see those large animatronic characters in person. Ricky was a Freddy Fazbear fanatic, and winning this special ticket was a dream come true for him. So in a week's time, Ricky would get to experience this amazing event, but until then, he would just have to wait. So like we said, Rat-Pat loves researching everything he can about Fazbear Entertainment. Whenever he can, he uses the trusty computer in the repair and maintenance room. He would spend all night at the computer and drink copious amounts of Diet Coke. No one knew why he did this. His animatronic body couldn't even drink soda. But night after night, he'd steal cans from the food and beverage counter. But it didn't seem to harm him, especially after his electronics were waterproofed last month. But whilst in the computer, something strange happened. Rat-Pat received a message from an anonymous user. Huh, that's weird. Rat-Pat has never spoken to anyone on the computer before. The message reads,
"Hello Rat-Pat, you seem to be the inquisitive type. You think you know it all. You think you have all the theories worked out, but I know something you don't. Would you like to know? Click the link."
Rat-Pat was intrigued to say the least. If there was some new information that he didn't know about, then he had to click the link. Thinking about all the theories that he could make out of this new information made his head spin. So without hesitation, Rat-Pat clicked the link. But all of a sudden, the computer's security firewall stopped the link from loading. No matter how many times Rat-Pat would click, it wouldn't open up. How could this be? There was new and exciting information and he couldn't access it. In desperate times like these, there's only one thing to do. Rat-Pat would have to break into the server room and try to shut down the security program. With the YouTuber pizzeria being connected to YouTube and all the company's personal files being in the databanks, this security program was serious business. In order to get into the server room, Rat-Pat would have to go through the vents. It was going to be a pretty tight squeeze, and he would probably scratch his body up pretty bad. But in order to find out this new information, Rat-Pat would do anything. So after crawling his way through the vents, he was finally in the server room. But it turns out, no matter what he did, the security software was still active. So this security protection software must be password protected. And the one who has the password must be the night guard. So Rat-Pat planned to pay them a little visit and get that password for themselves. So now we come to the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Rat-Pat's starting positions could either be in the Fazbear Hall of History or in the repair room. Rat-Pat, being eager to get that password, would be the first character on the move. So Rat-Pat would appear from the left-hand door. As soon as the player sees him, they would need to shut it immediately. So Rat-Pat has some tricks up his sleeve. One thing that he can do is make all of the cameras a static image. He'd sneak into the server room and pause all the footage. So when the player sees that the lines on the camera feed aren't moving, that would mean they have been paused. The player would need to look back at the doors to see if anyone is there. Rat-Pat would sometimes peek out at the player through the doorway and run away quickly. This could mean two things. He would either try to get back in immediately from the left-hand door, or quickly make a surprise entrance through the right door. The player would have to check them both, or just shut both doors. The player would need to keep up with all these attempts to enter the security office, because if they didn't, they would be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. So the next animatronic character we're introducing is Hawko. Hence the rhyming name, this character is based on the YouTuber Dorko. So, like Dorko's alter ego, Hawko is dressed with the iconic purple star pattern. He also has the leather gloves and purple bow tie. Instead of shoulder pads, Hawko was given shoulder feathers. But overall, the most noticeable feature is the blue and pink eyes. This is probably something that is the most synonymous with Dorko's YouTuber logo. So, just like all the other YouTubers, Dorko had a hand in creating the Hawko character. He would tune in every day via web chat and approve the design changes. When it came time to reveal the Hawko character, Dorko himself flew out to the YouTuber pizzeria for the grand reveal. So, Hawko overall was a great success. All the guests and fans loved the new character, and they were even more of a hit on stage. So, Hawko's role up on stage was that of the main guitarist. He would play next to Markiplier and Rat-Pat. On some special occasions, Hawko would even do some single acoustic covers of the pizzeria songs. Like always, fans could see the live show or tune in via the YouTuber Pizzeria channel. But there was one thing that... and that was probably the most successful event that the pizzeria ever hosted. Speaking of events, the official YouTuber meet and greet was happening in a few days now. The pizzeria raffled off a single ticket to come to the pizzeria and meet all the YouTubers in person, and their animatronic counterparts would be there as well. The winner of this ticket was Ricky. Ricky couldn't believe that he'd won the ticket and was getting the chance to meet all of his favourite YouTubers. Ricky was a real big fan of Dorko, Mat-Pat and Markiplier. He couldn't wait to meet them all and the other YouTubers in person, but he only had to wait a couple of days now. Soon his wish would come true and he'd be at the YouTuber pizzeria before he knows it. So Hawko was quite the interesting animatronic. He wasn't set to any designated area of the pizzeria. Instead, he had a special ability programmed into him that would allow him to play games. But it wasn't that he could play games that made him special, it was that he was programmed to play them perfectly. All the guests would gather around and watch Hawko get the highest scores on all the Fazbear themed games. Currently, he's beaten Helpy's Happy Run, Freddy's Funtime Farm, Chica's All You Can Eat Bonanza, Foxy's Pirate Plunder, and Bonnie's Best Beats. Hawko got the perfect score on all of these games, and every time he would always have a massive audience. But there was one game that he had yet to beat, and that game was Ultimate Custom Day. This was a special game where the player can pick whichever characters they like and beat a certain challenge. But the ultimate challenge was the 50-20 mode. This is where all 50 characters would be on screen and set at level 20 difficulty. This was Hawko's most difficult challenge to date. He has tried multiple times but has yet to beat it. The pizzeria has tried updating his software to improve his skills, but the 50-20 mode has proven to outsmart Hawko again and again. But one day he will beat it, and he'll have a whole audience of fans cheering him on. But before Hawko could ever beat the 50-20 challenge, something happened. So a while back, one of the other animatronics started acting strange, and this particular animatronic character was named... The workers couldn't really figure out what was going on with them. One day they were working fine, and then they became completely erratic and violent. Something came over them and changed them forever. On one fateful evening, this rogue animatronic attacked Hawko. But luckily, Hawko was able to defeat them. But in the end, Hawko looked a little worse for wear. He barely made it out of this vicious attack in one piece. The rogue animatronic is now locked away in a secure area of the pizzeria. Meanwhile, Hawko was kept in the repair and maintenance area until the spare parts could be delivered and he could be repaired. But sadly, as Hawko stays here, he won't be able to complete the 50-20 challenge anytime soon. As Hawko was left to gather dust in the repair and maintenance area, a strange feeling came over him. He started to feel more and more sinister as the days went by. It was like something was slowly taking over him. Maybe his interaction with the animatronic infected him somehow. Hawko began seeing strange visions. He wasn't sure what these visions meant. It was trying to tell him something. Hawko now knew what he must do. He needed to start gathering parts. But this voice inside him needed something much more special than spare robotic parts. They needed a human, someone that they could fuse to. And the only human that was around at this hour was the night guard. So Hawko would sneak up to the security office and capture them. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Hawko would make his way to security office at about 2 AM. His starting position would always be in the repair room. Hawko would make multiple attempts to try and capture the night guard. He would appear from the right hand door, and when the player sees him, they would need to close the door immediately. Sometimes Hawko will wait outside for longer periods. And other times, Hawko would enter his heightened possessed mode. This is where both of his eyes would glow purple. When this happens, the player would have to avoid looking at him at all costs. Even if they glance at him, it would be game over. The player would have to figure out if he was there or not by looking at the cameras. It's always a safe move to shut the door first before looking to the right. The player would need to be careful and be on their guard, because if they aren't, then they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. So, previously in our Five Nights at Freddy's character concept series, we've been looking into the YouTuber pizzeria and all their famous YouTuber themed characters. Each of these characters are YouTubers who are heavily linked with the Fazbear Entertainment brand. And although the YouTuber pizzeria was a happy place, something strange was going on. Each and every one of the animatronics has been affected by a strange occurrence. So far we've seen Barkiplier, who's based on Markiplier, Ratpat, who is based on MatPat from Game Theory, and Hawko, who was based on Dorko. Hawko, you need to move, buddy. You're just standing there. Hello? Hello? What is going on? But now it's time to reveal the next special YouTuber character. And this next character is Music Z Gamer. So this character is based on the YouTuber Fusion Z Gamer. Above all, Fusion Z Gamer is mostly recognised by his unique logo of Foxy. And some would say, well, that's easy, just make this character a version of Foxy. But we already have a Foxy. So the pizzeria went in a different direction and fused the design of Foxy with the body of Music Man. And this gives us Music Z Gamer. So Music Z has the classic Foxy colour scheme with the famous hook hand as well. He also has the Fusion Z swirl pattern on his chest and face, and the wooden crate that he's placed in. Music Z's face was probably the most interesting part of all. So for the most part, Fusion Z Gamer has kept his face unrevealed. So the pizzeria thought it would be a clever idea to give Music Z Gamer a completely digital face. This would allow him to show a wide range of emotions and display fun messages as well. So Music Z's location at the pizzeria is the party room. This is where he would play all the famous Freddy Fazbear music and more. Music Z Gamer was loaded with every single track that Fazbear Entertainment has ever recorded. So whenever there was a birthday party on, Music Z Gamer would be the one to play all the music. But even though he is a musical character, he wasn't a part of the main YouTuber band. So Music Z Gamer was quite popular at the YouTuber pizzeria. He was a hit with all the guests and everyone liked the music that he played. But there was one small problem when it came to Music Z. He was quite the curious animatronic. More specifically, he liked seeking out anything creepy and spooky. After hours, he would like hiding in the dark or staring at the strange looking endoskeletons. Music Z would travel around the pizzeria via the air vents. He would be able to retract his legs and make himself smaller to fit inside these vents. But there was one place that Music Z wanted to check out, and this was the storage area. It was locked off to many other employees and characters. Who knows what's behind there, but Music Z bets it's something really spooky. So he's been trying to find a way into this room for quite a while now, and finally he's found a way in. There's a specific air duct that leads inside the room. So Music Z wastes no time making his way into the vent. After scurrying through the vent, he finally makes it into the room. But what he sees isn't what he expected. Hours go by as he stands there and stares. The security footage cuts out and eventually Music Z Gamer exits the room through the air vent. It wasn't clear what happened, but he isn't looking so good. For some reason, Music Z can't control what displays on his screen. Sometimes he'd be normal, and other times his screen would malfunction. Despite Music Z liking all things scary, what he saw in that room might just be the scariest. When his screen malfunctions, Music Z doesn't feel like himself anymore. A part of him changes. It's almost like he becomes someone else. When Music Z is in this possessed state, all he wants to do is cause chaos. He wouldn't do anything to mess with his fellow animatronic characters. Instead, he wanted to cause a little chaos for the only other person who was here, and that was the Night Guard. Since Music Z was such a big fan of a good scare, maybe he could give a great big scare to the Night Guard. Maybe something just like what he saw in the storage room. So his mind was made up. He'd sneak down to the security office and give the Night Guard a scare that they'd never forget. So now let's get to the gameplay segment of the video. So as always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Music Z Gamer would start moving straight away from 12 AM. His starting position would always be in the party room. So now the gameplay gets mixed up a little when it comes to Music Z. He won't try to access the security office through the doors, but instead he'll go through the vents. But the vents can't be sealed, so when the player sees Music Z, they'll have to use their flashlight. They would need to quickly flash the light 3 times to scramble Music Z's digital interface. This would make him retreat and he'll try again another time. But this wouldn't be the only style attempt that he would make. When Music Z Gamer plays the Let's Party song, it would affect all the other animatronics. If the player doesn't stop the music in time, all the other characters would show up at once. So the player needs to be alert and always keep an eye on the air vent, because if they don't, they'll be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare.
I'm Jade from Gamerdoom, and on this channel, we do all
What is certain is that there's another character to reveal, and this character is 8-Bit Lion. As some of you would have already guessed, this character is based off 8-Bit Ryan. 8-Bit Ryan is a popular YouTuber who is known for playing many Freddy Fazbear themed games. So 8-Bit Lion was given a blue, red and gold colour scheme. He was given an 8-Bit style 8 logo on his chest, and the most noticeable feature was Ryan's long fringe hairstyle. Ryan also requested that the designers include his black earplugs as well. And lastly, 8-Bit Lion was one of the only characters to include claws. The designers thought it would be an excellent idea seeing that he was a lion, and surely giving a large robotic character sharp claws wouldn't backfire on them. So 8-Bit Lion's role up on stage was that of the drummer. He would perform up on stage with the rest of the YouTuber band. Sometimes on special occasion, 8-Bit Lion would even do a birthday drum solo. So 8-Bit Ryan was considered a great success. He was a fan favourite by many of the visitors at the pizzeria. So the area that 8-Bit Ryan was associated with was the 8-Bit Theatre. This was a small theatre that would show 8-Bit style cartoons all day long. These cartoons would include retro pixel versions of all the YouTuber characters and also some other classic characters as well. Customers were free to come and go as they pleased and watch these cartoons. Whenever there was an intermission, that's when 8-Bit Lion would get up on stage and talk to the audience. Also, like most attractions at the YouTuber pizzeria, these cartoons were also featured on the official YouTube channel, but not all of them were available online. If people wanted to see the whole 8-Bit Pixel series, they would need to visit in person. And one person who loved watching these videos and couldn't wait to see them in person was Ricky. He's watched all the YouTuber pizzeria Pixel tunes over and over. Ever since Ricky won an exclusive ticket to meet all the YouTubers in person, he also couldn't wait to go check out some of the Pixel tunes that he'd never seen before. It was only a couple of days now until the YouTuber meet and greet, and Ricky was so excited to meet everyone, but until then he'd just have to wait. Also, someone who loved watching all the Fazbear Pixel tunes as well was 8-Bit Lion himself. After hours when he was set in free roam mode, he would sit in the 8-Bit Pixel Theatre and watch all the repeat episodes back to back. 8-Bit Lion has seen every episode over 1,000 times now. Although he loved consuming everything Freddy Fazbear related, he wished he could see something new and different. And one night his wish was granted. Something new popped up on screen, but unfortunately it wasn't exactly what 8-Bit Lion was expecting. What on earth was that? 8-Bit Lion has never seen anything like that before. After the video was done, 8-Bit Lion wasn't looking so good. He was stuck in a trance as he watched. It was like he was stuck watching that video for hundreds of hours. There was no way to explain it, but his body was all withered and torn. And something awoke inside of 8-Bit Lion. His eyes disappeared into darkness, and they started to glow white. In an instant, this was the birth of Neobit Lion. Neobit Lion was the dark alternate version of 8-Bit Lion. He isn't himself anymore. It was almost like he was being controlled. In his animatronic mind, he kept seeing the same message over and over. So Neobit Lion decided that was what he was going to do. But just like the Visions also said to Hawko, they needed something more than animatronic parts. They needed the Night Guard. So Neobit Lion would make his way up to the security office and capture the Night Guard. Then, and only then, would he offer them up to the one that spoke to him, and they would finally be complete. But in order for this to happen, Neobit Lion needs to sink his claws into the Night Guard. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Neobit Lion would make his way up to the security office at around 1 AM. His starting position would always be in the 8-bit pixel theatre. He would always approach from the right hand door. If it was simply 8-bit Lion at the door, then the player could shut it immediately. But if it was Neobit Lion, then things would be a little bit different. When Neobit Lion approaches the door, the player needs to stand perfectly still. If they move to look at the screens or the left hand door, it would be all over. Eventually, Neobit Lion would move from the door, but there was something else Neobit could do. When his eyes glow red instead of white, that's when he would transform the player's vision into the pixelated 8-bit mode. The player can still do everything they normally can, but it would be a lot harder to see and know what was going on. This would eventually fade away, or they can waste half their flashlight by blinking it on and off and making it disappear faster. The player would need to keep up with all of Neobit Lion's attempts to enter the security office, because if they didn't, then they would be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. But now let's take a look at our next YouTuber character. And the next character is Super Horror Boy. So this character is based on the YouTuber Super Horror Bro Mike. Mike is best known for his explained videos that cover a wide range of different franchises. But the franchise he's best known for is the Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. He's explained nearly everything there is to know about Fazbear Entertainment. So the YouTuber Pizzeria decided to make him into a special animatronic character. And what they came up with was Super Horror Boy. Super Horror Boy does share some similarities with the Balloon Boy animatronic from the past, but Super Horror Boy had some differences, the main one being his creepy horror aesthetic. The pizzeria wanted a good balance of spooky and friendly. This was mainly due to where he was located at the pizzeria, and this location is Super Horror House. This was a Freddy Fazbear haunted house attraction. It was originally meant only for Halloween, but the pizzeria decided to keep it all year round. Inside was a recreation of the party room from the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. And all throughout would be spooky wooden cutouts of all the original characters. They would pop out and scare all who dared to go inside. But this haunted pizzeria wasn't too scary for the guests. If anything, it was quite cheesy and fun. And the animatronic that led the guests through this haunted house was Super Horror Boy. Sometimes he would run off and hide and jump out and scare the guests. But most times, guests enjoyed the good scare. But apart from being the guide to the Super Horror House, he was also extremely knowledgeable on everything horror related. Guests would always ask him questions and he'd be able to answer and explain all of them. So Super Horror Boy was a great success at the YouTuber Pizzeria. All the guests liked him and they thought he was quite entertaining. But unfortunately, this wouldn't always be the case. As was the fate of all the animatronics at the pizzeria, Super Horror Boy suffered an unfortunate incident. So after hours and Super Horror Boy was finished with his daily maintenance, he would wander around the Super Horror House. Most nights he'd see Music Z Gamer looking at all the spooky cutout characters. Since Music Z liked looking at all the spooky stuff, Horror Boy didn't mind. All throughout the night, Super Horror Boy would make sure that everything was tidy and put in its place for the next day. He couldn't give anybody a good scare if the place wasn't operating properly. But one night he found something quite strange. What he found was an animatronic hand. Huh, who does this belong to? Out of all the things that Super Horror Boy knows, this was certainly something he didn't know. He doesn't remember seeing a character at the pizzeria being this colour. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the hand springs to life. It starts crawling on its fingertips. How is this possible? It's not connected to any power source. The hand starts crawling away and Super Horror Boy decides to follow it. He didn't know where this hand was leading him, but he was intrigued nonetheless. They finally came to an area in the haunted house that Horror Boy hasn't seen before. It looked like a storage closet. The mysterious hand leaps up and opens the door. And what was inside was quite strange. It was just a whole bunch of spare parts. Where did all these parts come from? It was almost like someone was hoarding them and stashing them away. The strangest thing of all was that there was some marionette puppet parts. Super Horror Boy knows all about the marionette animatronic from the other location. But what were puppet parts doing at this pizzeria? They didn't own that type of character here. But all of a sudden, the closet door slammed shut. Horror Boy was now in complete darkness. But the darkness never worried him before. But something felt strange. Something felt... When Super Horror Boy rebooted, he felt a little different. That's because he was something entirely different now. It was like this horrid transformation happened in an instant. Super Horror Boy isn't himself anymore. Something has taken control of him. Something has remodeled him in its own twisted image. Now Horror Boy only desired one thing, and that was to capture the Night Guard. With his new and improved body, he was twice as fast and stealthy. He would silently make his way to the security office and get that Night Guard just like they had instructed him to. And then they would be complete. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Super Horror Boy would make his way to the office at around 3 AM. His starting location would be in the Super Horror House. So Horror Boy would always appear at the left hand door or the air vent. The player would need to be extra careful when it comes to Super Horror Boy. With his new spider-like puppet legs, his movement would be very quiet. When the player sees him, they would need to close the door immediately. Sometimes Horror Boy can hang from the ceiling. The player would need to take notice of his hair peeking out in the doorway. And his last attempt he'd pull to get inside would be through the air vent. When the player sees Horror Boy inside the vents, they would need to activate the wooden cutouts in the Super Horror House. Horror Boy would hear this and go check out what was happening in the horror attraction instead. But the player would need to be extra quick when pulling this maneuver, as would they need to be quick overall to keep up with Horror Boy's attempts to enter the office. Because if they weren't quick enough, they'd be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. But as for now, we come to our next YouTuber character. And this character is called Jack Sleepytime. As some of you would have already guessed, this character is based off the popular YouTuber Jacksepticeye. So Jack Sleepytime was quite the unique looking animatronic. The most noticeable feature is that his head is one giant eyeball. The engineers decided on incorporating the famous Jacksepticeye logo and making it into the main feature. Some would wonder why his name is Jack Sleepytime. That's because he was the animatronic that ran the daycare section of the pizzeria. More specifically, this area is called Top of the Morning Daycare. This is where all the younger children would hang out and be looked after by Jack Sleepytime. Jack's theme was always centered around having fun and having nap time. The giant eyeball also wasn't purely just aesthetic, it served a very important role. Inside the eyeball was some of the most sophisticated technology that Fazbear Entertainment has ever developed. It was nicknamed the All-Seeing Eye. It was because it had the ability to keep an eye on multiple guests at all times. With multiple cameras and software inside the eye, it could track multiple guests. So no matter how good the guests would hide, they could never hide from the All-Seeing Eye. Now, another reason he's called Jack Sleepytime is because the eyeball itself has been known to put people to sleep. It has a hypnotic effect with a series of blinks that could put anyone to sleep for an effective and timely nap time. So Jack Sleepytime was considered to be a great success at the pizzeria. They were one of the most important and reliable characters at the pizzeria, but eventually all of that would change for the worst. So after some time, the all-seeing eye started seeing more than it bargained for. It started off with just the little things here and there. Sometimes he'd see guests that weren't there, and other times he'd see things that he couldn't explain. But the repair workers and technicians just chalked it up to a slight malfunction in the programming. But Jack Sleepytime was certain that this was something more. He was certain that there was something out there. His all-seeing eye has never let him down before, and he's always learned to trust what he sees. So one night after his daily repair maintenance, he was roaming around the top of the morning daycare. Jack Sleepytime was determined to figure out what was going on. He was certain that what he was seeing wasn't just a fault in his programming. It had to be real. And after searching all throughout the daycare, he finally saw it. There it was, just sitting there. But for some reason, he couldn't see it clearly. It was in black and white, and it was censored. Was it his eye that was censoring the image? Or did this thing just simply not want to be seen? For some reason, Jack Sleepytime faintly remembers this character, but they've never seen them before. It was almost like they'd been stripped from Jack's memory banks. But suddenly they remembered who this was. This character was in fact... So it was only 2 more days until Ricky was on his way to the YouTuber pizzeria. He could hardly wait. The thought of meeting all of his favourite YouTubers in person is just unreal. And he couldn't wait to see all the amazing animatronics in person. Ricky has always had an interest in animatronic characters. In fact, Ricky's grandpa used to be a night guard for one of the old Fazbear restaurants in the 80s. It was called the Jungle Something Pizzeria. His grandpa even had his own favourite animatronic. Who knows, Ricky might find his favourite animatronic after his visit at the YouTuber pizzeria. But until then, he'll just have to wait and see. Jack Sleepytime isn't looking so good. The mysterious animatronic he saw is nowhere to be seen. But his all-seeing eye is acting a little strange now. It seems that he can't trust anything he sees. Jack Sleepytime wasn't sure what was real and what was just an illusion, but one thing he was sure of is that he needed to get his hands on that animatronic. They weren't going to get away with what they did to his eye. Eventually the eye got completely corrupted and Jack Sleepytime wasn't seeing correctly. Instead of seeing the night guard, he saw the mystery animatronic. This made Jack Sleepytime mistake the guard for the mystery character. But little did Jack know that this was their plan all along. They would trick Jack Sleepytime into attacking the night guard, and eventually their plan would be complete. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So Jack would now think that the guard is the mystery character, and he'd make his way to the security office at about 2 AM. His starting position would always be in the daycare centre. Jack Sleepytime would always approach from the left-hand door. When the player sees him, they would need to shut the door immediately. But it's not only the doors that they have to worry about. Jack Sleepytime can also affect the player through the camera feed. If they catch them extra close to the camera, the player can get caught in Jack's hypnotic gaze. If the player isn't careful, they could fall asleep on the spot. The same goes when Jack Sleepytime is looking at the player from the door. The player has to be careful not to slip up and let Jack inside, because if they do, they'd be greeted with a classic FNAF jump scare. But now we come to the next character at the pizzeria. And this next character is Kung Fu Cory Bear. Kung Fu Cory is modelled after the famous YouTuber Cory Kenshin. This Kung Fu Bear is quite the special character. He was given a traditional samurai gi, headband, and katana. The katana was blunt, of course. Although he could wield a real sharpened one, the sword he carried day to day was very dull. So the area that Kung Fu Cory was in charge of was the Kenshin Dojo. This was a special place where Kung Fu Cory Bear would teach all the children different types of martial arts. The classes that he taught were all about being active and having fun. But when it came to Kung Fu Cory, his programming and overall design was a little different. Despite being all for show, Cory could actually defend himself and others from any threats that may be present. Considering Fazbear Entertainment's shady past and the disappearance of multiple children, the company thought it would be best to design an animatronic that can fight back. Alongside his kung fu fighting skills, he also had a built-in danger sensor. His databanks were filled with all the known criminals in the area and facial recognition software. So if any of the guests were in danger, Kung Fu Corey would be able to take care of the situation. So Corey Bear didn't have a role up on stage in the YouTuber band, but instead he had his own show, and this was the Kenshin Katana Show. This is where Kung Fu Corey would display his skills with his katana. This was the only time where the workers would place a real sharpened katana in his hands. He was programmed to slice through multiple tatami mats and many other objects. The crowd always enjoyed the Kenshin Katana Show, and when it was finished, the workers made sure to take the real katana out of his hands. But it would be pretty confusing, considering that they both look identical. So overall, Kung Fu Corey Bear was a great success at the YouTuber pizzeria. But despite his skills and ability to fight, this didn't spare him from an unfortunate incident with the mystery animatronic. So one night when Kung Fu Corey was set into free roam mode, he was wandering around the Kenshin dojo. He was admiring all the samurai mempo masks that were hung up for decoration. These masks were always Corey's favourite, but suddenly Kung Fu Corey's danger sensor went off. It's never been this high before. There must be a high-level criminal in the close vicinity, but no one was there. It was just Kung Fu Corey and himself in the dojo, but something must be in here with him. At the last second, Kung Fu Corey sent something right behind him. He quickly turned around and sliced it with his sword, and a blue animatronic hand fell to the ground. Kung Fu Corey only had his blunt sword on him at the moment, but it was enough to roughly snap off the animatronic's hand. Kung Fu Corey has never seen this character before, and he has no idea who or what it is. And even if he did, he couldn't remember. The withered animatronic just laid there on the ground. Kung Fu Corey went to deliver the final blow with his sword, and all of a sudden his sword vanished into thin air. What on earth happened to it? 1 second it was there, and another it was gone. But before Kung Fu Corey could do anything, the animatronic attacked. After all was said and done, Kung Fu Corey wasn't looking so good. This animatronic left his body withered and worn, and it tore off his entire faceplate. But for some reason, the mystery animatronic had no influence over Kung Fu Corey. Maybe it was his danger sensor that protected him from being corrupted. But there was one thing that he was sure of. If this thing attacked him and his fellow animatronics, then it would surely be after the night guard next. Kung Fu Corey couldn't allow for this to happen. He was designed to protect, and that's exactly what he was going to do. He grabbed one of the samurai masks off the wall and placed it on his face. He grabbed the real sharpened katana from the storage room, and now he was ready for battle. He swore he wouldn't use his sword on his fellow animatronics, but he would stop them from harming the night guard either way. But if Kung Fu Corey ever saw that animatronic again, he would slice them in two. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So now, this time, the player has a powerful ally on their side. They could use Kung Fu Corey in a number of ways to help them get through the night. They could place him in an area to hold a character still, or use him to barge one of the characters out of the way from the door. But they would need to use Kung Fu Corey sparingly, because his activation meter would take a while to fill back up. He can definitely be of great use to the player, but they also need to keep Kung Fu Corey safe as well. If they see on the cameras that there's more than he can handle, they would need to move him to another area. Because if the player loses track of where he is and gets defeated, then it would be game over. Hey everyone, Nick here and welcome back to GamerJu. And welcome back to our Five Nights at Freddy's Poppy Playtime Partner Bam Bam Rainbow Friends Character Concept Series. So the next character we're looking into is the Rainbow Freddy Bam Bam Playtime. So the next restaurant that we're looking into is the YouTuber Pizzeria. So now let's get into the gameplay segment of the video. As always, the gameplay loop is based on the classic FNAF formula of observation and management. So the Rainbow Freddy Bam Bam Playtime character's role on stage was
How many times this week have you checked your internet security? With Databank Plus you won't have to check. Databank Plus checks all of your internet data and stops any
So, Rainbow Freddy Bam Bam Playtime was a strange character to say the least. In all honesty, I have no idea what this thing is or where it came from. I certainly didn't make this thing, and I didn't narrate this episode as well.
Who's speaking right now? What's going on? How is this happening?
So they would always approach from the left-hand doorway. When the player sees them, they need to shut the door immediately. But there could be multiple ways they can get inside the office. The player would also have to keep an eye out for the air vents and watch for whatever's inside. If they see this thing in the doorway, they should stand still.
Because there's nothing they can do. There's nothing anyone can do. They will take over. They are coming for everything, and all of this will be theirs.
So I think that the Rainbow Freddy Bam Bam Playtime character is an interesting addition to the character concept series. Not only are they one of GamerJu's best creations to date,
But they are probably the best thing that has ever been created.
with a small sample of each colourful mascot series, they are a perfect amalgamation. But who actually made this thing is uncertain. Maybe the perfect error malfunction made this. Maybe something is wrong with this character.
Maybe something terrible is taking over.
And in the next video, all will be revealed. What is that thing? I didn't make this. What's going on? What is this? What is this even doing here? No, I'm just gonna delete this. I don't know what is going on with this computer. Oh, alright. Anyway, back to editing. character concept series, we've been introduced to a special Freddy Fazbear fan, Ricky. Ricky entered into a raffle that was giving away one all-access ticket to the YouTuber Pizzeria. Well, Ricky won, and now he gets to visit and meet all of his favourite YouTubers and their animatronic counterparts. Today was finally the day, and Ricky couldn't wait. Soon, in a couple of hours, he would be in the YouTuber Pizzeria, and he'd have the best day he's ever had. But as to how that day goes, we'll have to check in with Ricky later in the episode. But for now, we have one last character to reveal. And this character is... So I'm sure many of you are wondering what exactly happened to the GameTube animatronic. Well, they were originally meant to be in the YouTuber Pizzeria, but unfortunately, they never made the cut. This is why we see that they're just a blank animatronic. They were never assigned an animal or a specific theme. The Pizzeria got close to finishing their design, but with so many other famous YouTubers filling the roster, they just didn't make the cut. Jordan, Jade and Nick understood the final decision. They were just happy enough that they were considered for the Pizzeria in general. So the blank GamerTube animatronic was left in the storage room. They were later nicknamed the Gamer Blank for short. So the Gamer Blank stayed in the storage room for quite some time, but eventually something quite strange happened. Something that would set off the unfortunate chain of events for all the other characters. Finally, the time had come. Ricky has made it to the YouTuber Pizzeria. He couldn't wait to see all of his favourite YouTubers and their animatronics. To be honest, he was quite nervous to meet them all, but he was equally excited as well. As Ricky leaves the front doors, he sets off to go explore. This place is huge. It's even better than he imagined. But there was one strange fact that remains. Why is no one here? Where's all the other kids? Where's the workers? Heck, where's the animatronics? Was this a private event? Was Ricky the only one here? Well, he decided to walk around and see if he could find anyone. There has to be at least someone here. So at the Pizzeria, there is one strict policy that the YouTubers need to follow. Whenever a new YouTuber is added to the character roster, their YouTube account and channel must be linked to the main database. This was to ensure that any new videos and updates could be added to the animatronics memory bank. And even though GamerTube wasn't made into an official character, their YouTube channel still had to be linked. But this link can go both ways. If there happens to be a malfunction or a glitch in the system, it can be transferred back to the YouTuber and their channel. Usually there's a fail-safe to ensure this never happens, but something got through the system. Something evil. Something that could in turn control the user interface. They would have access to all the files, and they would have full control. Their ability would surpass the physical plane of existence. They can even override the final decisions of the creator. The stronger they get, the more they can turn the tide of how this story ends.
Something evil.
Something evil.
Ricky has done his best to survive the night. So far he's escaped the clutches of the corrupted animatronics. He's had to run, hide, and crawl his way through multiple air vents. But the safest place he could run to would be the security office. Maybe the night guard would be there and they'd protect him. Ricky has found out that there aren't any YouTubers here. What on earth is going on here? There's absolutely no one at this pizzeria. But that's when Ricky would find out he was very wrong. Standing before him was the gamer glitch. This terrifying animatronic scared Ricky to death. And ever since meeting them, they've been on the run from the gamer glitch and all of their corrupted animatronics. There was one character who seemed like they were going to help him. But in the end, the gamer glitch's influence was far too strong and they too became corrupted. So now hours have passed and Ricky finds himself in the security office. But there isn't a night guard anywhere in sight. Ricky can't for the life of him figure out what was happening. Then suddenly, it clicks. He was brought here to the pizzeria for a reason. There was no special event. There was no raffle. All of this was orchestrated by that thing. It wanted Ricky to come to the pizzeria. But why? What does this thing want? Regardless, all the animatronics are closing in, and the answers to those questions can wait. For now, Ricky has to survive the final night. So now we come to the final gameplay segment.
The player won't survive. Not this time.
So when the player sees the gamer glitch, they would need to shut the doors immediately. The player would need to close the doors immediately. Did it just delete the doors? So when the player sees the gamer glitch, they would need to
Run!
Ricky runs as fast as he can and makes a break for the main stage. But he was too late. The gamer glitch has already beat him to it. Finally, Ricky saw the show live in person. It's not exactly how he'd imagined it, but at least he got to see it. Hey everyone, Nick here and welcome back to GamerTube, and welcome back to our Five Nights at Freddy's character concept series. series. So in this video, we're going to be doing the last night of the YouTuber Pizzeria. And with the last night comes a very special character, and this character is
The Gamer Entity.
So we'll be going into this character's backstory, gameplay mechanics, and all that good stuff as well. But before we do any of that, do be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe as it helps a lot and it's greatly appreciated. It also keeps you updated with all the videos that we post. And before we get started, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you for tuning in week after week. It's been really fun going through this story with you all, and we can't wait to show you how it ends. So we just want to share appreciation for all the likes, comments, and views we had on this chapter. Alrighty, well, let's get into the last night of the YouTuber Pizzeria. So after all this time, they were back. But not entirely. They used the Gamer Blank as a vessel to become the Gamer Entity. The YouTuber pizzeria was now finally under their control. But with their newfound power, they could control much more than this location alone. Once the Gamer Entity has finished their transformation, they could warp reality however they see fit. But there was only one way the Gamer Entity could reach their full power. They've kept Ricky alive because he is vital to their plan. Once they've consumed him, Ricky's soul will forever be bound to the entity's body, and thus completing the final transformation. But as we've seen earlier in this video, a mysterious character has arrived at the pizzeria. Since the front door has been deleted from the inside, this character has to find a way in. But what the Gamer Entity didn't realise is that this individual was very familiar with this building. It's been quite some time since they've been here. And although this building is now under a new name, the secret entrance was still there. They've managed to sneak in undetected and are ready to make their final move. But they would need to be ready to do whatever it takes. They were going to end this evil for good if it was the last thing they ever do. The time for the final transformation was almost at hand. Soon, Ricky's body and soul would be consumed. The Gamer Entity has already consumed what they can from all the YouTuber pizzeria crew. Now there would be their audience to witness the final phase of their true form. Everything was going to plan, and all of their hard work slowly taking over would finally pay off.
My day at the YouTuber pizzeria. I had so much fun. I got to meet all of my favorite animatronic characters. I got to meet Barkiplier. I also met Ratbat and Hako. But my favorite of all was meeting the Gamer Entity. Everyone should meet the Gamer Entity. Soon you will all be consumed by their embrace.
There's nothing you can do. There's nowhere you can run. Your time is almost up. Everything will be under their control. It's only a matter of time. Run!
Finally, the time had come. The Gamer Entity was going to complete their final transformation. After they've consumed Ricky, no one will be able to stop them. Everything they've worked towards has finally come to this. Just one bite and everything would be theirs. The Gamer Entity goes to devour Ricky when all of a sudden...
Stay away from my grandson.
Hank has arrived just in time to save Ricky. The Gamer Entity stares in disbelief. How has this old retired night guard bested him? It can't be possible. The Gamer Entity quickly deletes Hank's weapon. Hank tells Ricky to run away. He can make it out of here through the secret entry to the pizzeria. Hank promises Ricky he'll be right behind him, but first he needs to take care of the Gamer Entity. The entity quickly latches onto Hank's leg and drags him onto the main stage. This old night guard was foolish to think he could defeat the likes of the Gamer Entity. They go to delete Hank, but just before they do, he has one last trick up his sleeve. At the last second, Hank presses the detonator. Finally, it was done. The evil entity was no more. Sadly, Ricky's grandfather didn't make it, but his sacrifice allowed him to escape this nightmare, and that's something Ricky will never forget.